So I wanted to welcome
everyone.
Oh, you're going to do the welcome?
No, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Sorry. I wanted to welcome everybody to the VIC. I'm here with David Nottage. He's going to be your host. I'll add a few facts if he needs them. But I did want to say I wanted to thank each and every person who came tonight. This is going to be pretty good. David, you want to take it?
Sure. Along those same lines, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. This VIC and the model the times have been being inclusive no matter where you reside on our planet. It's amazing that we have record numbers of attendees this year. Aaron, what do we have for this weekend?
We have over 605 people registered. I think it was 606 last we checked. So that's about a little over 100 more than we expected.
And triple last year.
Yes.
That's amazing. That is absolutely, absolutely amazing. I love it when people exceed the goals that they give themselves. So tonight, we're going to be seeing, the public members only is going to be seeing phase 2 of the ECAB meeting. Phase 1 is going to be the business section for the Admiralty board. The phase 2 section will start around 9 p.m. Eastern. And then after approximately an hour, we will be transitioning to a live public feed. This is going to be the first time that the ECAB meeting is broadcast in this manner live. The purposes behind that is to give a little transparency, not only to the membership who, when I was on the board, I got a lot of questions. Why can't we see? Why can't we be there? Well, I'm giving you folks the opportunity to be there. At the same time, the phase 3 is going to be sort of the standard meet the brass, where we're going to broadcast that live out onto Facebook. It should be absolutely fantastic. I want to GatherTown is open. I've been there quite often. Please come and visit me in my office. I'll be in one of 3 places, at least generally, whether it's in my office in the executive section. I'll be at the Golden Gates booth, the flagship of Fleet. Also be at the Region 4 booth quite a bit, which is a little bit down the way. There'll be a GatherTown social starting at 11 p.m. Eastern. Aaron, you have this wonderful T-shirt on. Tell us about it.
I do. So we have some shirts and some other stuff. You can get mugs, stickers, hoodies, whatever you want. They're on our TeePublic store that you can find on the website, which is vic23 at sfi.org. All of our designs were made by our one of my favorite Starfleet members, Gerhard. He's in South Africa, and he does a lot of the designs for like the membership handbook and a lot of the academy stuff. So I absolutely love them. They're really comfortable too. I don't know if anybody's bought from TeePublic. I've bought a few things there before, and they have really good quality shirts. So if you want to get one, that's great. We don't get a lot from it. We get a little bit, and that's all for our scholarship fund. So anything we get for that helps. That's pretty awesome. But we also, to benefit the scholarship fund, have an auction. David, you have information on that in front of you. Can you read it?
I do. So the auction, which also you can go to the link of the VIC23 at sfi.org. You're going to hear that web URL quite a bit. I hope you remember it. From the auction are going to go to the scholarship fund. You can also send private donations to the scholarship fund to the email address of ic@sfi.org. Along with that, I want to make a mention of the membership grant. We have been talking about this for the past couple of months now. For those members that may not be able to afford their membership, we have started a one-time grant that you can sign up for, and we'll pay your dues for that 1 year. If you have extra pips, if you have any kind of rank insignias, things, please send them into the quartermaster earmarked for the membership grant. That is how. Let's recycle our old pips if you don't need them for yourself or for your chapter. Please, do whatever you can to help. There are many applications that we did receive for the scholarships this year. A lot of external ones as well, non-member scholarships, funds for kids that are interested in STEM, art, services, and IDIC. And Erin, you have something that you want to mention at this point.
I do. I wanted to talk about the auction a little bit, but I did want to mention that Rob Honeycutt's going to be on later this weekend, and he's going to talk about the scholarships, so we'll all be able to learn about all the specific ones, and we'll get to find out who got them this year, so that'll be pretty cool. The Jeff Tolliver painting, was the big item last year. This is the third one that he's done for Starfleet. It is so cool. Last year he did like 3 starships. This year he did kind of a TNG with the Enterprise, and then 4 characters, and it's really, really beautiful. I love his comic book style. So if you want to bid on it, please do. You might get it. Last year it went for about $500. So I don't know who got it. If you want another one for your collection, cool. It's up there. If anybody else wants to get that one, great. But there are also a lot of other items that aren't big ticket items like that. There are some trips that a lot of members have donated. I know David has donated one, and my husband and I have donated one, which is like a walking tour and a lunch, and not a cheap lunch, a good lunch. So if anybody is interested in that, those are also up for grabs as well. Excellent.
So, conference. We are open for conference bids for the next couple of years. As everybody in Fleet loves our abbreviations, we have the IC, which would be the in-person. We have the VIC, which is this model. And we are now coining the HIC, which is a hybrid version. You can send in your bids to myself or to Jerry Tien, who is the liaison, and we will look those over. The big thing for next year is that it's the 50th anniversary of Starfleet, and we really are looking forward to seeing what kind of bids come in for the 50th. Let's see. We're going to be bringing pretty soon the DAS and the DDAS to talk about, at least in the first part of the auxiliaries, talking about the COE, our Corps of Engineers, stellar cartography, intelligence, and the diplomatic corps. The remaining auxiliaries and presentations will resume on Saturday. Erin, I think you have something that you're looking forward to presenting before we turn this over.
I am. I actually want to talk about Modifius a little bit too afterwards. But first, I want to present the website award winners. Ken, can you bring up those? Yeah. So the most informative website award went to the USS Angelus.
Excellent.
The most elegant website went to the USS Renaissance. The best regional website went to Region 1, designed by Michael Busby. The Trek Experience Website Award went to the USS Continuum. And our Vanguard Award went to the TIE. Congratulations, everyone. I'm going to make sure you all have your certificates.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I know their websites were great. I loved looking at all of these. I didn't get to judge them, you know, but I guess I had veto power. But still, it was they were all incredible to look at.
That's
The
fantastic.
So,
Oh,
David, I wanted to
go
talk
ahead.
about Modifius. Did
Yes.
you get a chance to see any of the billion social media posts about Star Trek Adventures yet?
I've seen some of them. I have
Okay.
not. As you know, I've been dealing with a whole bunch of stuff amongst or helping you organize some of the
I know.
VIC.
I know you've been great.
Um, and but no, I have not. While myself, I am not a gamer. There are so many people that have come and have said that this looks like a really great thing. My understanding is that there's a 10% discount there for Starfleet members.
Yeah, so they've been really great. You know, we just made contact with them. The deputy of tactical reached out and said, "Hey, would you be willing to do a talk with us?" And from there, it's just progressed into like this really great relationship with them. They have donated 6 door prizes, which we've selected winners for. Actually, they selected winners for today, and those are going to be presented on Sunday. They have that great interview that they did. They're giving us that 10% discount. So if anybody's interested in that, please email VIC 2023 at sfi.org and just include your SCC number and name, and you'll get that discount code. And that's
And the
for
discount's only a one time. They can only use it once. Is that correct?
yes, it's only once per account. So
Okay.
your account can use it one time, but it's for everything that you buy in that purchase. It's not like certain things you
Right.
can't get. And that includes the new Captain's Logbook.
Excellent. Excellent.
The Star Trek Adventures head writer, Michael Dismuke, and the project manager, Jim Johnson, they're going to be in our gather town all weekend. I saw their schedule a little bit. They're going to kind of take turns, but they'll talk to you guys. They want you to learn a little bit about their games. If you want to learn how to play, if you have questions for them, and they're really, really cool guys. So if you see them in there, go visit either the Star Trek Adventures booth or their continuing conversations booth. They're kind of close to each other, not beside each other, but nearby. And just talk to them because they're both very charismatic and they have a wealth of knowledge about this stuff. We
Excellent.
have some hosts coming in to replace us. Yeah.
Do we have Mr. Karsten? Yep. And we've got Mark Anderson. Well, welcome,
guys.
gentlemen.
No.
I'm going to be getting ready for the ECAP meeting in a little bit, and we turn it over to you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. All right. They got the memo what the theme was, right?
Right. Yeah. What's going on? Why are we the odd
We're the
man
only
out
radical
here?
ones here. All right.
Right. Welcome
Whatever.
to our 1980s mod DAS briefing.
Exactly. And not to the 2380s.
Yeah.
Did you see how many bad things happened in that? Man,
Very quickly. Ooh.
androids coming to life and blowing up Mars and stuff. Anyway, do we have any slides or am I loading those? Pretty sure we have slides. Sorry, I cannot see anything with these fast.
I think everybody's figuring out you can't see anything in these sunglasses.
Yeah. By the way, I've got zero visibility.
Like
Now, do we have slides? 80s technology. I mean, there's someone that's got to actually load these in the back, right?
yeah.
All right. And I think I can advance them from here. Yeah, cool.
Let there be slides. Hey, we got slides. All right.
We got slides, and I did love their logo this year. I mean,
Yeah.
it's got all the colors in it. Looks like an album we would have bought.
Mm-hmm.
So this is us. This is what we're going to talk about real quick. I'm not going to read slides because that's lame. But we're just going to go over a couple things, and then we're actually going to let all the auxiliaries speak for themselves. Over the next 2 days, you're going to have 9 auxiliaries presenting different things. We'll talk a little bit about what Mark and I do up at the headquarters, and how to start a new service if you got a great idea. So like, really, what do we do? I came up with something with a different for a different presentation later, but I would like to try and quote it. Really, the auxiliary services is passionate and talented members of SciFi or SFI, lending their talents and sharing their passions with each other. That's really it. We just try and provide a little more structure for it so everybody else can join in. What else you got there, Mark?
Yeah, it's people like the same things. It's just like people like the same things. So if you have a passion or something you like, wrap that into Starfleet, or Star Trek, and bring it over, and especially to the auxiliary services. It's people out there like 3D printing, their art, the web design. I mean, and if you're wanting to learn some of that, I mean, I'm always willing to learn. I'm an old dog, but I'll listen for some new tricks, learn some new tricks if I can, pitch in and give a hand. I mean, there's very talented people out here in this organization. And if you see some of their work, I'm just, sometimes the things I see, I'm just taken aback. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. That's like something people would pay money to get done. So the amount of professionalism is amazing, and the talent. So, like I say, spread that around. Let's make sure we are inclusive here, and let's get people that want to learn, people that know how, get them together, share that knowledge, pass it on. All right.
Really, I put this one in here for our Vice Commander Starfleet. He just loved his graphics so much that I figured it'd be a waste not to put it somewhere. So shout out to my boy Ryan there. But yeah, it looks a little more complex than it is. The shakedown is really I work for the CS, who apparently didn't know I was dressing like this today. I think it gave the poor man a heart attack. But so I'm in his office, but then kind of running my own. And within that, all of the heads of each of the auxiliary services are in my office, and they're also running their own thing. But that's kind of the reporting chain. And again, hope you're enjoying, Ryan. This is for you. Don't want to go over things too bad. We've got jobs. We try to do them. The chief of the Trials and Tribbles Labs, that one, I'm literally looking forward to that kind of branching out. And that'll be where, if I've got this office that has all the heads of every auxiliary in it, why wouldn't I use them? Why wouldn't I just, like that's like a think tank made to go, right? So if you've got a problem, you think someone needs to chew on that, send it on in. We'll put the heads of every auxiliary, and if we need to pull in some more experts, we'll throw that at it too and see what shakes out. And then we'll report it on up, because if one person's got a question, probably about 10 other people were too shy to ask. So that's just kind of one of the services we're trying to offer, and there's a form on the website. I'm going to push forward on this one. Yeah, so if you remember a couple slides ago, there's a cross out on one of those. It said we had 2 established, and I put 3, because congratulations, Starfleet Tactical, you are now an established service. Thanks for all the stuff that you've done. Make this VIC awesome. You've scrambled and got an amazing amount of work done, not only for the VIC, but to make sure that your department is awesome and well run. And that was just an easy kill, and I wanted to say it for something cool to say on screen. But again, the rest of this information is on the website, which I've now made outdated, and I'll go check that out sometime after this weekend. What else you got for us, Mark?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that typo. I was like, "Hey, is that a typo? What's this 2-3 thing?" So yeah,
No,
congratulations.
that was my master plan of
Master plan. Yeah, like I say, just trying to sneak that in there, be sneaky and all. But yeah, congratulations. They, also they're tactical. They're going to host the after party, right? On the Discord server after VIC.
I believe that is true. We are going to tactically tear that thing apart.
Yeah, definitely come on out, party on. Definitely. But yeah, I mean, it's this is kind of a new auxiliary services is new, brand new almost. So maybe be a little bit of growing pains and things, but you folks out there, you got ideas, you got time and everything you want to donate to the cause here. Come on over. Yeah, like I say, we got the think tank, the fellowship of the think tank, I guess, or something. We got out there, so you can, what they call those guys, the fellows, like, oh, this guy's a fellow at the university, so we got our own fellows over there that, the think tank. So, but yeah, you got a great idea, even if it's not such a great idea, bring it to those guys. They can probably make it a great idea and come up with some new things. Like say, keep everybody, interested and entertained. That's kind of what the leadership tries to do. Help, with the mentorships and help them help everybody, get the bang for their buck and out of Starfleet and get the enjoyment level. I mean, it's great to do that, but I mean, you've really got to get out there and get the the enjoyment out of it, and that's what we're here to provide. It's fun for everyone.
Absolutely. And one of the things I'm really happy to announce that is true as of last night is every one of these auxiliaries that you're going to see this weekend this weekend has a website. You can get to it from the members hub. You can get to it from auxiliary services. Okay, that part might not be 100% true. I've got some links to fix. But you can get to it from the main menu on the members hub. They've all got websites. They've got if you can't affiliate yourself with them in a database, like some of the older services, like the Marines and Pet Fleet and special operations and medical, which I believe are all actually in the database. Then they've got a sign up sheet. Basically, it's a form, and you can affiliate that way, and that'll go toward their reports and reporting numbers and how we track them and track their growth. So just because it's not in the database doesn't mean they don't exist, and that's just how we're pressing forward until all the new toys are in place. I think we've actually done the incredible, Mark. We broke time space.
All right.
Yeah. I think we're running ahead of schedule.
Right. We have to show things down.
Yeah, we will. Promise to talk slower during the other people. No.
Right.
So yeah, tonight you're up for. You've got his the Corps of Engineers, and really, I think that's going to be a great start to the show. This is the bid came in at the Corps of Engineers wanted to do a VIC, and wow, I think it's going to speak for itself. Then after that, we've got stellar cartography and the new acting head of Starfleet Sciences is going to join for a little bit of Q&A. And then we've got Intel, which is our newest auxiliary service, and Ben from all the way around on the other side of the planet is going to talk to us, give us a little slideshow and then some Q&A. And then we've got Starfleet Diplomatic Corps, which unfortunately, due to changed work schedules, Aaron cannot join us today. So Mark and I are going to try and explain things as best we can for his program. I think it's going to be fun either way. It's going to be a great evening tonight, and then we'll roll into that ECAB meeting and actually get to see how the sausage is made and from all of our leadership there.
Yeah, somebody who's worked in a chicken factory, that may be something you don't really want to see, but it's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah, no, everyone does good work there. Kind of funny. This will be my first time from the outside looking in ever, so they'll be.
Oh yeah.
I just quit that gig.
Yeah. Learn the secret sauce. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Aaron, the host, have anything else, or would you clear to?
No, I think we go on the Corps of Engineers and drag them in here kicking and screaming.
Well, she can come yell at me, I guess. I'm okay with running just a little bit faster than the schedule, since we're starting with the Corps of Engineers. And I only do that because I happen to know that that Ben is got a really hot limit, so we definitely can't be running late by the time we get to Intel. So since we start with a video, Starfleet Corps of Engineers is right here.
man, I was jamming
Oh,
out. It was great.
Yeah, where'd the music go?
Oh, man, bummer.
I have to say that that video is 100% responsible for us wearing these outfits. So now I'm like, okay, now I'm into the theme.
Yeah.
So do we have a Steven with us? All right, there we go. Welcome, Steven. Do we have audio? I mean, he is halfway around the world. Maybe the sound will just catch up. It goes fast.
Yeah.
You know, light goes faster than sound, right?
Yeah.
We cannot hear you. All right, let's if we can, I don't know. Is there a way to work on that backstage? I'll riff for a minute while he
Yeah. Some air
get
guitar.
going. Yeah, I should have got a guitar or at least like play string with or something. We got no sound there, Steve. There we go. I love that they had this ready.
Yeah. I don't know if our mics are live or not.
Okay.
It's
all right. I've got plenty to talk about the Corps.
Oh, you got plenty to talk about? No, I don't believe that.
No one will ever believe that, right? No, but for the Corps of Engineers, that's an easy thing. I'll try not to steal anything that Steve was going to say, because I'm sure he has quite a few things as well. But again, that one I thought just set the stage for the theme and everything, and tied everything together. And again, is 100% responsible for this, which for anyone watching at home is tickling my nose every single second because of the fan that's on.
Yeah.
Trying so hard not to scratch. But the Corps.
Oh, yes, I'm on. Deer in headlights. Well, Corps of Engineers. Well, you. All right. And we're back on the opposite sides of the screen now.
All right.
Confused. But anyway. There we go.
I have no idea what happened there. That was fun.
All right.
Panic. So yeah, the Corps of Engineers, I really thought that set the stage for everything they did, and they've come such a long way in a really short period of time. Like they've been existing a little over a year, really. And honestly, it was one of the coolest things that I think I ever got to do. Having kind of seen that need for a while when the previous administration was in, and Steve Parmley came to me with some ideas about how can we better manage some of the auxiliary services, and we basically came up with my job here, which is one of the coolest jobs in Starfleet. Immediately it was like, yes, I want this job, but like the ulterior motive was so that I can make the Corps of Engineers. And there was so many ideas that people had hit me with over the years, and were like, there was already a couple like Facebook groups and things, but they were just kind of that BRB screen needs to be on a t-shirt. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I know what shirt I'm ordering next. But there's ideas that were in the Corps of Engineers, but they all were kind of in their own little silos, which we have, I believe, 8 departments in the Corps of Engineers. And I think per the sign-up sheet that we had to recreate last night in time for this all to happen, because, of course, nothing gets broken except the night before.
Or day off.
Or day of.
Yeah.
We're adding another one just because 3D printing and 3D modeling and graphics are, I think, and Stephen and Jaden seem to agree with me, different skill sets, even though they're definitely related and dependent on each other, which I think is true of a lot of the different departments in how you get from point A to point B in a lot of products. Some of them they can do everything in-house, graphic arts, or if you're doing a prop or a painting or whatnot. But there's so many other opportunities for those departments to play into each other to create something bigger and better. And so we're trying to really divide out. It's just one skill set per silo, and we'll try that. Oh, we've got it. We've got a Stephen. Got a Stephen.
Looks like
I can see him.
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, we can now.
No, no audio.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we can. Yeah, I guess that sound finally caught up from
Hi
from
everyone.
halfway around the world.
Yeah.
Everyone's enjoying the VIC program.
Yeah, glitches and all. So that video was, like I said, I was telling everybody else that that totally set the stage and the tone for me, and why Mark and I decided to dress in this ridiculous way.
What do you mean ridiculous? I look like this all the time.
So again, just thank you for that initial presentation and whatnot. What drew you to the Starfleet Corps of Engineers initially before you got saddled with running the whole thing? Looks like I'm getting like there's what, like 60 frames a second, so I'm getting like,
Yeah.
we're getting like 2
Yeah.
every minute.
I told them that dial-up modem thing idea from the 80s was a bad idea for this, but
That's what
Yeah.
he was trying to do. He was going retro on connection.
yeah, maybe 9600 KB.
Oh man, I remember 9600.
Yeah, baud. I mean, not KB. This is baud, 9600 baud.
Yeah.
I mean, when I got a 14.4, I was like, woohoo! I'm screaming now.
I was there. I was there. 14.4 is the first one that actually fit in my computer. Versus,
Yeah. They wasn't a separate external
uh,
serial connection.
we've been told that Steven's retro connection is not going to work today, so
Right.
we're just going to fill in for him here.
All right.
As best we can.
Yeah, but as you saw in the video, some of the amazing things that they do, like I was saying earlier, I mean, this is stuff people pay money for. I mean, it's amazing, and the really 3D printing is kind of the early replicators, I guess. Is imagine how far that's came in just the last 5 years. I know my son has got 2 3D printers. He brought a kit first, and then he learned how to do it, and then he built his own. And I go over to his office all the time. I go, "Oh, where'd that come from?" "Oh, I 3D printed it." I'm like, "No, you didn't. You didn't." He's like, "Yeah, I 3D printed that." I'm like, "Holy snap! I can't believe that." But anyway, the props. It's just like how things have evolved in Trek fandom. used to a uniform like you're wearing or like I'm wearing, you'd have to find somebody to custom make that for you. And, and it'd be $500. And now, you can get these things, from about anywhere for, under $100. So it's just amazing the way the technology is growing. And, the art, I've always wanted to be, I took 2 years of art in high school, but if you ask anybody to see anything I drew, you'd be demanding for me to get my money back or something. But anyway, I'm not very talented at all, but wished I was. But some of the, like I say, the graphics, the new graphics they've done, they've kind of brought everything more modern flavor to it, and it's the complexity and depth and everything to them is just amazing. I mean, I can do a little Photoshop things like these little name tags at the bottom here, but as far as I can take something and clean it up a little bit, but I have no creative skills to come up with something custom out of nowhere. I can't do. That's just not me, man. It's just not me.
The amount of talent in the Corps of Engineers, you're right, is just totally just baffling and mind blowing, and it's one of the reasons I think it's this auxiliary in particular is just so amazing. We've known that this talent was within SFI all the time, and we'd always see bits and pieces and whatnot of people's amazing work, but seeing them actually come together as a community, and for those that haven't seen it yet, because now they even do have reserve memberships where if you're not ready to get your hands dirty and do work for others, and you don't feel comfortable to that level yet, but mentorship programs or just trying to learn by watching people do and whatnot, they're all on Discord, and just watching their Discord channels, it's really built the community of all those movers and shakers in Starfleet, and that is just freaking awesome to see and watch and whatever. And I'm continually impressed every time I've got a chance to go poke my head in there. There's so much going on, and people are sharing, and then just seeing each other get better just because they have that place to share their techniques or their tricks or their best practices or whatnot. And it
right.
stunning.
And it's and this sky's the limit for them right now. I mean, they like you say, they haven't been around that long, and look at everything they've accomplished so far. And I always thought that we really needed something in the organization where local chapters or regions or that needed help with logos or websites, or they had a one-stop shop to go get that help. And now that we have that, I just see that just expanding exponentially over the upcoming year.
We got glad to sign up for that. No pressure. This is going to be. And they're only a year old. The sky's the limit on this. We were barely at a place, a couple of months ago where that was churning out content for this, for others, getting a place where they can keep track of projects as they come in. If it's something a little larger, of course, then those forms broke. But they got rebuilt last night in a new thing, so we're going to give that a go.
Work better under pressure.
Yeah, their origins, since I guess we were filling in for Steve, and I don't know exactly what he wanted to talk about. I'm going to talk about him for a minute. It's a wonderful place with wonderful people. Exactly. He came into it, and I don't think he ever really anticipated where he was going to go with that. Originally, Aaron, who our chair for this fantastic event, was the first lead of Starfleet Corps of Engineers. And then David Nottage, the commander of Starfleet, decided that he was going to steal her from me. And Baker, Chief of Information Services, which
Well,
is a fantastic job, and I wouldn't, definitely the right gal for the right job there, but that left a budding auxiliary service, kind of like one of their first and very early kind of I wouldn't call it a crisis of leadership, but a turnover that was early and unexpected. But Steve stepped up to it, no problem, and everyone's been chugging along ever since.
mm-hmm.
They've produced a manual. You helped them work on the award system.
Right. I did the initial outline, and then, like I say, they just took off and expanded it, and
it's
made it their own flavor of ice cream.
It's really cool, and it's true of all the services too. If you pitch an idea or a thing, and just let them run away with it, what comes back at you is something that you probably wouldn't expect, and I'm certainly not imaginative enough to have come up with myself.
Yeah, it's nice to come back and see. Yeah, it's nice to come back and see that little seed you planted grow into a mighty oak.
Yes. Yeah, just like, oh yeah, I can see what they were like trying to do. I always describe it as the napkin art. What about that? Like, oh, okay, I think I know what he's talking about. They come back, they're like, oh, you mean this pretty awesome thing? Like, actually, that's like 4 times more than I was even contemplating. But wow, that's like for all of them. But certainly the Corps of Engineers here. If you have any interest on the creative side, we call them all of our doers and makers. Back when I was chief of communications for Al, I would have loved to have a graphics resource like that. I was so busy doing the work for everyone. This is by Peter Christian. Yeah. It used to be that way, right? You knew a guy or you didn't?
Yeah. Hey, I know a guy that maybe can hit you up with it.
And every once in a while, maybe you knew a guy that knew a guy, and then you had to do favors just to talk to that guy.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying maybe it fell off a truck. I don't know.
Exactly. Now it's just like having all of the artists together. Like I said, you throw them a project and like 2 or 3 people like throw an initial thing at it, and then someone will start refining and honing off of those, and just watching them work is insane and awesome. I never figured that would be part of my morning wake up of I need a feel good morning. So instead of comics, I go read the Corps of Engineers Discord for a few minutes and wake up.
You wake up and go, my back's killing me. I can go mow the grass. I'm just not motivated. And you go look at all the stuff they're doing. It's like, oh my God, I gotta go do something. I just can't sit around. I gotta go do something. Get motivated.
And service. Many would like to know if there are costs involved. Well, there's no cost to joining any of the services. It's true of all 9. Inherently, I mean, you paid for Starfleet. It is now something that's open to everybody. Are there costs of crafting or anything like that? Yeah, probably. I mean, depending on what your individual projects are. We are getting to. We've not yet solidified how it's going to work, but we're getting to that. If like an official project came in for, say, like a great example and kind of our first was the command stars. When those were being designed by Russ a long time ago for Steve Parmley, he had some ideas and he was shaping stuff out of like resin and whatnot. Greg Mortensen, I was working with Greg Mortensen, who took it and 3D filed it and has been iterating on it ever since, and then got it to a place where we can release those, I guess they're STL files for you 3D printers out there. Say, I knew a thing. Mm-hmm. And then and some instructions and some colors, and so others could build them, and it'll go into like 2 different ways for it to play. It'll eventually go into a repository that anyone can go just access. If you want to print it out yourself and build it, you could. But we're also getting to a place where, like, say the quartermaster needed a thing, or in this case, the CS needed a thing, and you put in an order and all that, like how would we compensate people for that? It's very much on our, we need to figure that out still. But it is a hot topic. Like it's on our mind. So is there a cost there? We're going to try to make sure that if you do a big bulk of work that is for official Starfleet stuff, then you're compensated for that. So you're at least not, I mean, we're not paying, extra or not, but you're not out anything. Try and keep just your time. So there's a website and there's a form, and as of last night, they both worked again. So yeah, actually the project or product form it will lead you through it, and it'll even help you, like, hey, is this a simple thing? Like, do I just need a graphic or a one-off widget if it's like something that's just really going to involve one department, or is it like going to be this bigger, more drawn-out thing that might involve multiple departments or whatever? There's some just selections you can make in there, and the form kind of leads you through it a little bit without being super complicated, and then a nice little block where you can really describe what you want, whatever. I do want to, if you are putting that in, and there's disclaimers all over the form as well, try not to need anything like yesterday or tomorrow. There's a, these are all volunteers. These are all, people with real lives that are putting themselves out there. So, be mindful of that when you're requesting stuff, even though it's a, Starfleet Corps of Engineers and official service and whatnot now. It's not like no one's going to pay for this. So be mindful and considerate. How do you get involved? There's a forum. They're one of the services that are so new that they don't have an affiliation in the database. So now there's a form to join the Corps of Engineers. And as of last night, it includes a reservist option. So like the active, we're probably going to come up with a little different terms for that, but the active duty would be people that are like, yep, I'm ready to go. Kind of like Peter there, who's been formally trained, like, yep, he could probably start working day one, kind of thing. Get into his silo and into the Discord channel and just start working as projects come in. Then Stephen would fill them out to the correct department, make sure they know, and start tracking it from cradle to grave there. As I've seen it happen, is like really they just throw out, here's what we need to do in the Discord server, and then everyone pounces, and it just like keeps going until someone cries stop. No, that's the one I want. At least that's definitely been true of the graphics department. I'm sure that the prop makers and whatnot are going to be a little bit more refined and iterative than just throw everything in the world at the wall and see what sticks. But seeing each of them, each of the silos develop things and their own styles and stuff is good. So yeah, if you just put active as your thing, and then that's really your flag that they know to go ahead and that you're expected to do work, whereas reserve would be someone that's kind of watching and learning, or just they don't have the time commitment at that moment in life. And we kind of figured that was going to be something that would probably happen to folk. Like you've got a bunch of time and you sign up and you had all the intention in the world of being engineer forever, and then something comes up and you just don't have that time, and you can go reserve. Then whatever comes back, like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I can go do the mainline work again. So there's a lot of options there, and it's a form on the website right now. When the new database comes along, we'll try and make sure that they get put into the affiliation status, and then requisite permissions and database stuff for there. But right now, this works. I've been talking too long, Mark. What do you got? dramatic things do you have?
Well, you didn't said it all now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, fill out the form. That's the big thing. Like I say, if you've been like I was saying earlier, 20 years graphic artist is, share that knowledge. Pitch in, help out, teach somebody, teach a youngling, your talents and skills. So I mean, that's what we're supposed to do is be able to hand this off someday to younger ones and have them build on and improve and do a better job hopefully than we did. Keep this thing going.
And absolutely, that brings up the point. Like one of the core thoughts of the Corps of Engineers was to have a mentorship program,
Mm-hmm.
and so that I've got the time and I've got the interest, I just don't have the skill, the knowledge. I don't really know where to start. Is that maybe they can come in and get we're not sure about official training or anything, but you can get like mentored toward how to get started, where do they get started, start maybe working on projects, almost like a bit of an internship, depending on where your talents lie and your interests lie for that one. So certainly, again, like Peter, who have 20 plus years formally trained and all that, could share that knowledge and take people under their wing and make sure that we've got our replacements for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that we leave it better than we found it. Oh, looks like we've got new people coming on. All right.
Right.
So
hey, good evening, everybody.
Mike Calhoun and John Bryce Jr. They are actually coming from Stellar Cartography and overall Starfleet Sciences. Mike heads up Stellar Cartography, and John Bryce is the new acting chief of Starfleet Sciences. And I believe you have a video. Is that true?
Yeah, there is a PowerPoint presentation similar to last year, but better because it has newer pictures and a little bit of web on it, and my improvements, like what you see in my background behind me. So that's my own photography, and so it's a learning curve, but it's getting there. So do you have that ready queued up, or do I need to do that for you?
There we go.
Astrophotography kind of just became a love of mine out of nowhere. I've always had telescopes. I've always enjoyed visual astronomy. I discovered during COVID, like we all did, that there are alternatives when you're stuck inside. And one of those alternatives was taking astronomy to the next step. And I realized you don't have to be on Hubble to get beautiful pictures. So I started off with the moon. Lunar photography is one of my favorites. I do it with a DSLR and a stationary mount. And then I graduated to an astrophotography camera. So these are from that astrophotography camera. This is one of the lower grade, bottom grade, that I pick up some of these details. So this is just a mosaic of some of those shots that we're just looking at. And I'm fascinated. The closer I get to it, the better it looks. I've actually got a little bigger surprise for later on in the year because I've got a better camera now and a better telescope made specifically for lunar photography. And I'm actually going to be able to zoom in and get details of craters. And I'm looking really forward to that. So like Tycho down there at the bottom, that big, you always see that big splayed out crater with all that ejecta blanket. That's Tycho. You may have heard of that referred to in First Contact when Riker talks about Tycho City. That's about where it's located. Last year during the lunar eclipse, and I'll bring up the solar eclipses that are coming up a little bit after we're done with this. But my son got that shot. He piggybacked on and did some fantastic work with me. Just by chance last year, got out on the front porch at 4 o'clock in the morning, started hunting, and found the comet. I couldn't believe it. One of the coolest things I've ever done. That is actually a demonstration of how you achieve prime focus. It's called a Batten-off mask. If you get that middle line directly in the center between there, that is prime focus. Then you take it off, and your stars will be pinpoint. So I just shined at a really bright star. There's a little bit of how much I've moved from one to the other in the Pleiades of the Seven Sisters. You'll notice that when you look up at the sky, you can kind of see that it looks familiar. Well, if you've ever seen a Mitsubishi logo on a car, you'll know why that looks familiar. So this is the first image I took of my Messier Marathon this year, trying to get as many of the Messier objects as I can get. Right now I'm up to 16, I believe, but this is the first one I got. This was last year, it was last year, January, under a nice dark sky, the Horsehead and Flame Nebula. That bright star up there is the far left one in Orion's belt, called Alnitak. This just kind of gives a demonstration. The picture on the right is down at Miami County State Fishing Lake. That is the Milky Way, and it demonstrates the arm in that picture. So we are in the Sagittarius arm of our own Milky Way, and that's what that picks up. That's just a single exposure of Sirius A, the dog star, the brightest star in the night sky, and gives you kind of an idea of the size. It's a big white star, twice the mass of our own sun, but it's one of the closest. The second one, the Great Globular Cluster in Hercules, that's one of my favorites. There are over 500,000 stars in this cluster. It's just, this is one that's beautiful to the naked eye. You don't have to have a camera. This is a little bit of growth in taking pictures of the Rosette Nebula. A little more data and a little better sky in a few spots. You can see one of Elon Musk's satellites up the upper left-hand corner. Starlink kind of ruined that one for me a little bit. But the Whirlpool Galaxy, this was back in March, I think, took these. I removed a lot of the stars from the one on the left, and then I took another filter. And when you start getting into it, you start understanding filters. I tried that Cone Nebula. This is the same object. I tried that on the left last year, and I said I was going to get the right filter and try again. And the one on the right is the right filter, and I tried again. So, again, same kind of thing here, Messier 3. It's just a few weeks apart or a few years apart, but the difference in the quality of the picture I was able to take with the CMOS camera. This was really cool. May 2nd, I just decided I wanted pictures of the Pinwheel Galaxy, so I started taking them. And I thought, you know what, I'll get some more later next time the clouds leave, if they ever do. So on May 19th, I set up my rig and I started taking pictures of the Pinwheel Galaxy. And when I was processing them, I noticed that bright star in the leg, and then when I was looking at the descriptions, I realized that the night before, the Japanese astronomer had discovered a supernova, and I was able to catch it. One of the coolest things I've ever been able to do. This is, again, the Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy. These are different filters that I use, and then I start to combine them, put the images together to get true color. So that's one of my favorite moon pictures. It's right, you can see it's not quite dark yet. And Tycho is big and beautiful. The Bay of Rainbows up there, that little cup up there on the upper left, that's one of my favorites. So those are all of mine, and you didn't think I was going to follow Hubble. But Hubble and James Webb have taken some beautiful pictures. This last year of James Webb Space Telescope has just been absolutely amazing. NASA and ESA, wow. I mean, and I, had to throw a little bit of amusing stuff in there. I love that, Neil Armstrong goes to the moon, takes 5 pictures, and, the average teenage girl goes to the bathroom and takes 37. So, whatever. And then I had to throw my flat Earth in there. The Helix Nebula, this one came from, this is one of the ones that everybody recognizes. If you watch The Big Bang Theory, it's on their wall. That was taken by Hubble, probably back in the late 90s. One of the most famous ones. It's a beautiful picture. Pillars of Creation is the most famous picture. And it's inside the Eagle Nebula in that arm of the Milky Way that we were looking at earlier. And actually, I know a few guys that have been able to get those not on that grand a scale, but they've been able to get that off their telescopes similar to my rig. The Sombrero Galaxy, it's a beautiful target to get. It's very flat, nice disc-shaped galaxy. Another one from Hubble that was just amazing. Wow, there's another one. I actually took a picture of that one last. I got some good data on that last night. Not quite that clean, but that's Hubble with no atmosphere. I'll show mine later. So that is the closest galaxies to us, and someday, billions of years from now, it will swallow us up, and the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxies will become one giant galaxy with a great big black hole in the middle. We seem to have stopped here. Not sure what happened to the slideshow, guys. Hopefully get to those web photos. Yeah. Not sure what's going on, guys. My slideshow stopped.
Put the music in. So there's that.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was kind of wondering what happened to mine, Jeremy, because but then I remembered, oh yeah, it's trademarked and YouTube doesn't like it. So the slideshow that I have, if anybody wants it, I can send it to you, and it's got a little more apropos music. But I'm surprised at how good this is. I think this fits the slideshow really, really well. So kudos.
Our engineers are on it. They're working the problem. Tell
No
them we're
worries
just
at all. So,
tuned.
until it goes, I'll just tell you. There we go. Here we go. Now these are from. Most of the rest of these are going to be from the James Webb Space Telescope. If you look to the left, that is Hubble's Orion Nebula. To the right, that is James Webb's. And look at the detail in these pictures. This cloud complex, I've taken pictures of it. I could never have imagined it would be that beautiful. That's one of the most beautiful pictures I've ever seen. That was just last month. That's one of the most recent pictures from James Webb. Earlier, I showed you the picture of up here of the Pillars of Creation from Hubble. This is the same image, but from James Webb earlier this year. Just absolutely stunning coming from that. So this is another one that came from James Webb. It's just another spiral galaxy. It looks like an average one, but if you look at it, if you look at that bright smudge, and you get right down in the middle, there is a black hole there, and it's one of the first they've actually been able to take pictures of. So the James Webb Telescope, part of what it's doing out there, and we haven't got this is an artist's conception, but what it's trying to do out there is figure out the atmosphere of different exoplanets and different solar systems out there. So a lot of people ask, why do we spend all this money on a space telescope? Well, there's no atmosphere. If you look at my pictures, one of the biggest hurdles I face is fighting that atmosphere, especially in the summer when it gets a little bit wavy, or you get light down here from the backyards, or everybody thinks they have to have their party lights on 24 hours a day. You don't, just so you know. And so that's one of the big advantages, plus temperature. My cameras get hot when they're shooting. I've actually got cooled cameras now that I have to keep running to keep the noise out of my pictures. So that's part of the other advantage. You're super cooled up there at 200 degrees below zero. So we have more coming. There are a lot more telescopes being built. There's a mirror that's being built about twice the size of James Webb. It's going to use both optical and infrared, and it will also have some radar and shoot a little bit like Chandra. So it's going to be a multi-role telescope. And being able to reach back to the beginning of the Big Bang, guys, that's something else. So anyway, that's about it. That was kind of it what I had. That's what I like to do. I like to spread the word. To anybody who's interested in just astronomy, and that can be visual astronomy. You don't have to have a big expensive telescope and all kinds of cameras to do that. Just look up at the night sky. For example, coming up this weekend, the Perseids are peaking this weekend, and we're looking at August 12th and 13th. If you just look up to the northeast around Cassiopeia, Cassiopeia kind of looks like an upside down W in the area of Perseus, which is right below it. Closer to 4 o'clock in the morning is better, but as early as 10 o'clock at night, you'll start seeing meteors. We can peak with as many as 90 an hour during the peak. So it should be a beautiful, beautiful show. So that'll be peaking the 12th and 13th. So tomorrow and Sunday. So thank you. I thought I wanted to make sure this was originally I was going to talk about all kinds of other stuff that just gets me totally nerded out. But I want to give some time to John to talk a little bit about where we're going with sciences. John,
if I might impose just a second, actually,
sure.
First, thank you. That was an amazing video, and thank you for kind of demonstrating what I said. What are the auxiliary services? They are passionate and talented members sharing their talents and enjoying each other's passion. And I can't see anything better to demonstrate that than not just your pictures, but hearing you talk about them. So thank you. That was
I completely nerd out, Jeremy. Every time I talk about it,
I love geeking out about stuff. I like geeking out with friends. Geeking out with more people makes it more fun, right? And you're absolutely right. And this is just one aspect of the greater Starfleet sciences that we're starting to get to know. One of the things that, for the record, Richard was running Starfleet Sciences for about 20 plus years, where we're actually looking back, seeing it looks like almost like 21, 22 years.
So he started as RDC of Sciences in 1999.
Yeah, that's like retro enough for itself right there. Just his tenure, right? But he's done an amazing job, and he's actually collected a lot of people that were giving all these different passions and stuff. We just, there's a real struggle to get all of that out to people and to the rest of the members, and how do we share and how do we do all of that? And it turns out that that folks that geek and science out and write up scientific reports on things might not be your social media gurus. Who knew? Or web. So he's decided that he was going to step down, keep doing what he loves, and bring that in. And so now we're going to have we're in the process of selecting a new permanent director for Starfleet Sciences. Actually, I have two applicants. They're both on this screen. But to hold the fort while that process plays out, John's here. Tell us a little bit about where we think Sciences needs to go so that we can get this information to members.
So to ensure the membership is able to keep up with Starfleet Sciences' journey in the future, we are doing a backlog of all of Richard's files. They're being zipped and sent to us so we can download them to the Google Drive that Jeremy has shared with me. That is the Google Drive that is owned by the Department of Auxiliary Services. And so right now we're just building a catalog of stuff that could eventually be placed in the archives part of the Starfleet Sciences new website, which again, thank you, Jeremy, for updating that, especially with the new image. Thank you to Gerhard for designing the new Starfleet Sciences logo. I absolutely loved it, and I wanted to use that updated, imagery to represent us, because this is a change from the previous administration. But I would also like to direct people to the Starfleet Sciences website if you wish to become a contributor to Starfleet Sciences in the future. And there is a form that you can fill out on that link in the upper right-hand corner. And Jeremy helped me put that up last week. And already I have about 26 people that have told me, these are the areas of expertise that they know or that they're passionate about. And so I'm looking forward to having people join Sciences in the future and contribute more things. To that end, the way Mike and I believe Starfleet Sciences should go is that it should be less completely focused on astronomy and then branched out to the other true areas of science. So biology, chemistry, geology, physics, engineering, technology, and mathematics. which is basically the core of STEM itself, along with the other natural sciences. I didn't want to step on Starfleet Medical's toes by focusing on public health, things like that, because I believe medical does a better job at getting that word out. Biology, however, is a natural science, and I believe that we should, for me, myself, I was a former epidemiologist, so I'm more familiar with biology, and so that's a personal passion of mine. But we're looking for contributors who have interest in those areas of expertise, or perhaps have been classically trained in those as well. So the future of Starfleet Sciences, I think, is great. I'm looking forward to seeing what it evolves into. I think Mike and I will probably have a great time redesigning it once a new director is chosen.
That's awesome. Thank you, John. I'm actually going to not quite pick on you, but use an opportunity here that you just kind of provided. I love how you mentioned that medical would probably be better at certain things, but biology's still there. And then when we zoomed in there, I noticed your uniform. That is a Marine medic badge, is it not?
It is.
The Starfleet Marines. So one of the things that I would love to see at one of my, hey, surprise everybody, my agenda is getting out for all these services, is getting them to play together more.
I agree.
So how do we get the medical and sciences intertwined? How do we get, the Marine medics and medics intertwined? How do we get, the Corps of Engineers entwined in different things? Tactical, like all of it. Like I want everybody to play together. One of the main purposes for any of these auxiliaries is, it's a membership service, which means it's a way for members to interact. The more ways we can make interaction happen is what we're making the fan club better. But yeah, you don't have to be a scientist to join sciences.
No, you don't.
Discussing, we're kind of getting into the point where science is they need help getting the word out. So if you've got other skills to bring to the table and you're a good communicator, then that's going to be great. If you're like me and have zero training whatsoever in anything that's scientific, my biggest ology is mixology, but
that is chemistry. Like you think it's not. So
it is. It is totally a solution, technically.
But I was just gonna piggyback onto that. I, by profession, I started off as a technician on F-18s, and that's where I started learning to fix broke stuff. That's what I've done for 40 years. And there's always a scientific method to that. So it's it kind of what John piggybacked on what John was saying. We're not stepping on anybody's toes, but sciences include everything. It's the basis for everything we do. So my hobby passion lies in astronomy and astrophotography, but I also love the science of finding what's broken and fixing it. And there's a science to that. I'm a weirdo. I love math. Physics, the ideas that we have there. And John and I just have been bouncing things off of each other, even though we're not really, even though John and I are not, we're not sitting in the seat, we're still bouncing ideas off each other just because of the excitement of something new coming up. So we're looking at these different things and how we can expand this to everybody, and just the reaching out that we've got from people already. Like you said, 26 people have already reached out and said, hey, I'd like to get involved in this. I've got people reaching out to me in stellar cartography saying, hey, I'd like to get more involved. I want to know what's going on. So, yeah, we'll miss Richard. Richard is a scientist. Richard was a good lead. He's a good leader, a good manager. But we do have all of his stuff that we can build on, and that's fantastic. You don't build a house on sand, you build it on rock. So we've got a nice foundation of rock underneath us to build. So I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what John said. We're a little bit excited. We're geeking out a little bit about going in this STEM direction, the full science direction. And, again, not stepping on anybody's toes, but everything we do is science. So, yeah, it's great.
And even as an epidemiologist, I'm also a former paramedic. So I'm trained in both medicine and science, and I believe, like Jeremy said, as a DAS service, that we should not be pigeonholed into our certain portfolios, that we should work on stuff together. Because the first thing I identified as when I joined Starfleet in March of 2020 during the pandemic was that I wanted to identify as a medical Marine. And so I wanted to represent military medicine, but we haven't produced anything other than the medical manual, the Starfleet Marine Corps medical manual, which I was a part of. And Michael Malote did a great job of putting that out as well. So if anybody's a Marine and you're interested in certain services, you too can contribute intellectual discussions just because you're role playing a Marine. You know, I've never worn a military uniform in my life, but I have a lifetime of public service and experience. And I don't know if anybody is aware about Richard, but Richard was classically trained as a meteorologist. And I always found that fascinating. And I don't remember reading a lot of the stuff on meteorology whenever he would put out his reports. And so I'm just like, Richard, please, I want you to talk about meteorology, because that's fascinating, especially with, I'm sure everybody in this group can believe that climate change is real. So I think climate change has a very real impact on meteorology and the future of Earth, which ties into the other subjects. So I'm really passionate, and just like Mike is, I really think that Starfleet Sciences can do its own thing and survive, and I think it's going to do well in the future, no matter who takes over.
Yeah, like you guys were saying, you said built on rock. It's like the Rock at Gibraltar, the amount of material and legacy that, and he's not gone. He's going to continue contributing. He's going to work with us. He said he didn't have the time and energy to learn the new communication skills that were going to be necessary to get the word out better. And by getting the word out, there is 18 pages that hit my inbox every month from when he put in a report. And it was just like this enormous block of so many good things that it became like its own weight. We didn't really have a good place to put it or do it. And he'd been kind of maintaining his own site. But so we're going to get this much more streamlined out. It'll show up on the website first, and then as they come in, trickle out to the social media platforms so that everyone can engage. We have questions for the group. Do you think Starlink is going to have an effect on being able to see from telescope? Well, I mean, yeah. Mike took a great picture of some Starlink, right?
Yeah, I have a camera that should not need any calibration for any dark frames. Dark frames are usually used to take out any errors like dust or airplanes that pass through when you're taking a long exposure. Most of my exposures are 5 minutes long. I have to use dark frames in most cases just because of Starlink. So most pictures taken from Earth, yes, Starlink affects them. But anything outside the atmosphere, obviously, it's just fine. But if you use a dark frame, you can get rid of them. So I mean, you're going to see them; they're going to be there, but they're less of an annoyance than they are valuable. There's some value added by Starlink, seriously value added. So I'll put up with a line in picture every now and then if I can talk to, my daughter when she's halfway across the world. So
that's kind of my geek for sciences and whatnot. Is I really, I'm definitely not a rocket scientist, but I loved watching spaceships get built, and that's really kind of what he's doing at Elon, and then building these communications platforms that were, some of our favorite authors kind of theorized that there'd be satellites that make communication happen, but now we're getting to the point where there's going to be so many of them that it obstructs our view of the heavens, kind of thing. And that's just kind of a weird place to be and watch in life, is that thing happens.
I'm more worried about the junk up there. That's kind of, believe it or not, there's more junk up there than we realize just floating around. And I mean, as it falls into the atmosphere, most of it burns up. But there's a lot of junk to run into up there. And it's going to get to where if we start launching actively, we're going to have to start dodging junk. Yeah. So
Yeah, you've seen the map. Well, I've seen it. You know, of all of the stuff orbiting the Earth, of just how it's just. Yeah, I'm like, they'll have to at some point, I guess, build a bulldozer and go up there and start pushing this stuff back into the atmosphere. Because it's, you know, it's what was the Gravity? That movie Gravity. You know how it
Exactly
just
what that was
started a
about.
chain reaction and just destroyed everything in the atmosphere. So, you know, in orbit. So it's like, what are the, you know, how are we going to fix that?
yeah, it's funny because we tend to think of things on a continental scale here in the United States. Well, because we have NASA, and and okay, yeah, we'll think a little bit about ESA. And the last thing I know, we got to wrap it up here, but India has probably put twice as many things into space as we have. The former Soviet Union and Russia have put at least 1.5 times in the stuff into space that we have. So it's not just our stuff that's clogging it up out there. There's everybody's stuff clogging it up out there. So, but anyway, thanks everybody for the kind words. We couldn't have a better guy holding the interim spot. I've got just getting to talk to John a little bit, getting to know him a little bit. He's a good dude. He's in a good spot. I feel pretty good about where we're going. Thank you so much for having Stellar Cartography on.
Thank you for having Starfleet Sciences on.
Thank you guys both. Great presentation, great talk. Again, I think it was pretty obvious we were great for geeking out and sharing those passions. That was awesome. I believe that'll do it for those guys. And up next, we have Starfleet Intelligence, which is our newest auxiliary. And I believe we have Ben Thomas from on the other side of our planet.
Right.
Down in Australia.
Yeah.
Yes.
And down in Syria, apparently.
How are you all doing today?
All right.
Doing pretty good.
I got to admit, the hairdos, if ZZ Top were making a comeback, yeah, I'd definitely 100% say yes.
Love it. Love it. That's the best compliment I've had in months. I'll take ZZ Top, no problem.
We'll have to rename instead of ZZ Top.
I think both
ZZ
markets would have to work
Trekkers.
on the beards, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it longer.
Yeah, I feel left out here now.
So, we've got a slide deck, but before we get into that, you kind of took over Starfleet Intelligence in a weird way. I was going to map that out for people a little bit. We had Jason Garrett running things, trying to get things started. Had a little bit of traction. Ben went over to be his deputy, and then Jason had some real life stuff come in. So thank you, Jason, for all your time there. And now Ben inherited this project. How do you feel about taking over an auxiliary that you were really kind of setting up?
Yeah, thank you to Jason. He did an amazing job getting it off and running and stuff. Couldn't praise him enough for everything he done. So I'm sort of following in good footsteps here at the moment. But yeah, it's a bit of a one afternoon just sitting around, and all of a sudden it's like incoming transmission. How would you like to run an auxiliary? Okay.
All right. Well, I do believe we have a slide deck. Let's see if we can bring that in, and then I can do the button pusher thing.
There she is.
Yes, Ben put together this image. I have to admit, it's pretty cool. I mean, anytime you get the refit on there, or is it the A? No, I guess it's the A.
Hey, refit, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
1701 or the A. It's the refit. It's good enough.
Until Strange New Worlds, now I'm conflicted. It's still that one or the Strange New Worlds Enterprise that's
yes.
my favorite. I have conflict, but yeah, I don't know. I can't choose. But I love that he has the chess set in there, which is a classic Intel iconography type of thing. And thanks again to Corps of Engineers for a really kind of spiffy logo. Although I'm going to make all of the auxiliaries. So you're all going to notice a pattern here in a while. There's only one freaking service that isn't red or blue with their logo. Actually, that's not even true anymore because they just got a new logo. They're all red or blue. So I'm going to make everybody go pick other colors. We're going to discuss that next year or this coming up. So, Ben, go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so as you can see from the slideshow, obviously we Starfleet Intelligence, some people may think, well, what is intelligence? Well, here it is. Basically, it's a place where anyone within the SFI community can go and request information, ask any questions, and if we don't have the answers, we'll go looking for it. We have multiple areas of people who are actually specifically skilled for certain segments, and once they find all the information, we'll then put that all up and everyone can see and read it. So it's just like basically one place to go to, where basically like a repository of knowledge is what we're basically trying to up and run. As you can see, there's Star Trek species, there's non-SFI events, so you've got the conventions, the meetups, you've got points of contact, which is basically event organizers, fan organizations, region ships that you can gather information from. It's basically an open encyclopedia of information we're trying to hopefully gather and get for everyone. We hope. That's the question. So it relies on the fans, it relies on people who know little bits and just gathering it from multiple different aspects and vectors. And then we collaborate and put it all together into one file, and voila, 300 sources into one. And hopefully people will get to work out that Starfleet Intelligence is a very handy and needy part of SFI and the auxiliary service.
I do want to point out real well on the bottom of that slide, it said that it is not a spy organization for inside of members. It is
very true. Yes, we will not. If anyone comes to us say, "Oh, can you check out this person or this individual group?" we will just basically turn around and say, "No, that's not what we're doing. We're not here." If you have an issue with someone,
stuff like that, we'll probably just send that comment right over to the IG.
Yeah,
exactly. It's not what we do. We're not here for that. We're here for the fun part of stuff.
4 focus groups here.
Right.
Yes, exactly. So on this next slide, you can see sort of just a small little touch of the 4 C's for Trek Aliens. So you've got the culture, the cuisine, you got events that are happening, even costuming and everything. So if you want to make a Gorn, that would be an interesting challenge for someone to make for the original 60s Gorn. If you want to make a Strange New Worlds Gorn, good luck to you. I'd love to watch that challenge happen. Cuisine, cooking from different alien species. I'm sure that some people would like to know what Cardassians eat and what's in those eggs that have a little bug thing inside of it and that. So we try and find the recipes and what they are, for instance. So it's all a challenge, but we're going to do it for you. And that. Whoop, there we go. So you can see here that we've got other avenues of to go down. We've got the fan organizations. So you've got like anyone's having a meetup, anyone's having a little group gathering. We can put the information up for you. That ties in with the events as well. And then you've got the resourcing point of contact there. So if someone basically wants to know, oh, how do we go and get this information? Again, we'll pass that on to one of our department heads who will, in their team, will then find out where to get that information from. And then personnel as well. So anyone like on the ship or any knowledge of Starfleet, you want to know history about someone, come to us and we'll sort that out for you. So as you can see here, this is our current staffing structure. We have myself and a very dodgy picture of me there as the Director of Starfleet Intelligence, which I've just been taking over. Ongoing interviews starting next week for Deputy Director positions. And I'm proud to announce today that I'm officially appointing Lieutenant Commander Jason Marks here as the Senior Collections Officer for Events Database. He's joined recently, and I wanted to officially name him today, the position. And he basically, as you can see, will oversee the events and intel reports for the repository. He will gather the information and help make a report. So I'm happy to welcome him aboard, and I think we're going to work well together. So he's going to be a good part of the team. So congratulations to you, Jason. We have some extra positions still available. We have the Species Database Collections Officer, Point of Contact Database Officer, and Senior Operations and Targeting Officer. So anyone who wants to apply, you can go through the links on the Human Resources part of the SFI website, They are available, and we're looking to fill those positions as soon as possible. So please come along and have a look. And if you think it's something you're suitable to do, join up and send in an application. No application will be ignored. So moving on, you can see that our source of intelligence gathering is as Jeremy likes to call it, the Google Kung Fu. The Google Fu, sorry, I apologize on that one. And that's basically our big main branch where we go to. And then obviously that spans off into other avenues of websites researching. You've got the human intelligence gathering. So anything an agent might learn while directly interacting with other people, either at an event, a convention, a little party, or something, they'll report back, and then we can upload that report so everyone else can feel a part of it, so they're not missing out.
That's not really spying, right? That's just we're using it as kind of a clever, give it some intel flavor of, hey, we learn things when we're out and about. If you think that might be useful, hand it over to Intel so that they can get that out. Again, if one person asks a question, 10 other people wanted to know. If you think it's useful and exciting, then probably a lot of other people will too. So this is kind of everybody's opportunity to be recruited by intelligence while you're out and about. If you've
Exactly. Yeah, it's literally just all about fun and resource gathering. So, like you said, they're very well put. If someone's out and about and they hear something great and fun in a conversation, we're not going to say, "Oh, this person said that." Or it would be like, "Oh, did you know that such and such event happened?" Sort of thing. And people may not realize something has happened, and that, like in an episode, shall we say, you didn't realize something, and well, now they do go, "Oh, wow, I didn't realize that," and it just makes the community come together, and people think, oh, that's great to know. That's actually good knowledge, sort of thing. And just that's what it's about, basically. So as you can see here, as I mentioned previously in the slide, we actually have our own website now, which has all information about Starfleet Intelligence. The link is there at the bottom. So if anyone wants to sort of jot that down, they can do. It gives all the information of what we do, what we're about, and the positions, the staffing, and also if you want to register to become an agent of Starfleet Intelligence. And then I'll email you back once I receive a submission form, find out where you want to be, what sort of area you want to go into, and I'll basically assign you under one of the director roles positions. Again, it's information on where to apply if you want to become an actual member of the staffing board. So everything is there on that website link. It's complete. It's entirely open. Nothing's hidden. Nothing is untoward in there. We're basically what you see. Open, friendly. We're there as a resource bank.
What slide are we on? Oh, yeah. This is the process. Never mind.
Oh, yes. This is the process one. Yes, very much. So as you can see here, we get the request through the website. The form comes through. I then basically assign it to one of my team. They'll send it through to their agents in their departments. They'll go off and get the information. They'll record it. It all then goes into a big database, which anyone can see at any time once it's all set up. We're in the process of getting that up and running. We'll then generate a report, and basically it's done. I'd like to say it's done that quickly, but some things can take a bit longer. Recently, we had a submission from Jeremy himself, who wanted to know what information about Captain Pike, I almost said Kirk then, Captain Pike's meals are in Strange New Worlds. So I put the process out, and Jason Marks kindly came back within a few hours with all the meals that he'd cooked over the first 2 seasons. That's how it works. Send a request comes in, we send it out to the team then collaborates, send it back, boom, job done.
I'm going to pause everybody right there on that one. Not only did I throw that out there because I thought there might be something coming up that could be useful information. I wasn't just testing them off something random, actually, although that sounds really arbitrary. They churned it out. I got a response back. Great question. We'll try and get to that one in the Q&A. But what I wanted to share on this one was these guys were so already passionate about doing this job and whatnot, that they'd already given me an answer. I found it useful, and I thank them. And then I come back later, and since Ben lives in tomorrow, for my time, he's from the future. I woke up one morning and had another thing, and there was another thing that Pike had cooked because he had seen the episode before me, because he got to, because he lives in the future. And so I was like, inadvertently spoilering myself a little bit by asking for intel from these guys. Like, well, I didn't see that coming. So that was just one of those. The process, like how does the reports and all that look? They're still working that out, but the efficiency and passion is really there, and I wanted to thank you guys for that. Even if I got a spoiler alert, but then I was like sitting through the whole episode going, okay, when's he cooking it? When's he cooking it?
Hey, at least I never spoiled the episode for you. I just spoiled what he was cooking.
You did. Thank you. So we could press on.
So yeah, I think I already just covered this, but mistakenly by jumping ahead, so I apologize. But yeah, so basically, as you can see here, it's just a case of once the results are back, we send that to the requesting party, let them know, and then we'll basically submit it up onto the site once it's up and running, and everyone then can see it. But we like to send it back to that original requesting person first, just out of politeness, because they came to us for it, and then sort of give it 24 hours, and then boom, up it goes to our repository. Done and simple. So as you can see, any research, it goes into our database once it's up and running, and we basically will, if it's okay with yourselves who send in the requests, we will acknowledge your name, who it's sent from. All reports are tagged and saved for quick reference. So as in the recipes, it'll be under basically a folder heading like Strange New Worlds, cooking. Simple as that. And in there will be what's been cooked and even the recipes on how to cook it, hopefully, once we find them all. And so it's as simple as that. Just click, 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 done. Easy. Once we get there. So event support, you can see here that we want to engage. We want to work within all departments, work with the SFDC as well. That's an important. We will support existing efforts. So anyone already undergoing something will help push the information out there to let people know that something's happening or what people were doing. You can benefit from anything SFI members learns. So it could be like they're a convention of an intel debrief, what happened at the convention, who was on the public panels. So if you can't attend, you'll at least know what's happened, who happened. If anyone's got any videos of the panels and they don't mind being filmed, then we'll upload the panels to you so people can see the event and the convention happening. That way it gives people a chance to be there. We will do what we can to get the information out to anyone and make the world feel just that little bit smaller than being apart. We may sponsor events or challenges in the future once we get there and get the process rolling. Just a bit of fun to get everyone involved. It's what we like to do. So there we go. That's basically Starfleet Intelligence. Word there is basically a glorified encyclopedia, but just in a fun way. Not doing a short circuit.
The first question from Sean. Can we get? Is it possible to get that question back up there?
Yeah. How is Intel different from the Academy? Was one of the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that question is basically a good one because the Academy is there for fun. It's there for exams, and yes, it's learning in a way. But obviously, you're doing it in a question format. So it's like click, click, done, done. Next question, next question, next question. Okay, what was that going back? Intel, it's going to be permanently up. You have a question, it will be up. You can see it full time. There's no sort of like rushing through to something else. If you need to come back to it, you can come back to it easy. The Academy is an exam fun area. Word there is a research encyclopedia. That's the easiest way I can explain it, really. So the information you ask will be there permanent.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably also probably fair to say that there's different stages of information and and what the member's doing with it. Like
Yes.
with the academy, it's really it's giving you some information by the course material, and then testing your absorption of that
Knowledge.
material.
Yeah, well, the academy should be teaching you how to collect the information, and then you guys should be implementing that. So, I mean, that's theoretically, that's what was supposed to happen. You go learn how to be an intelligence gatherer, an intelligence officer, then you work for Intel to
But
gather
this could
that
also be a
information.
resource
Yeah.
to the academy, like for the director. You're like, oh, well, I want to update my course. What's the latest stuff that Trek put out on, warp engines and stuff in the newer episodes? They can help you do some of that research and report back, and then you'd have that to complete your course material so that you can ask new things. It's really more the research and knowledge repository versus training.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So as you just basically summed it up nicely, someone wants to do warp mechanics. It's like, well, where do I start researching that? Come to us and we can give you information on warp mechanics, where to go, links to look up. And once you've read that and understood a few things, you can then go off and do the exam afterwards then and have a better understanding for the questions.
Correct.
I think there was a different one about.
Yeah, it said Area 31, but I think maybe they were meaning
guessing Section 31. I mean, first we can say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we don't know what Section 31 is at all. So if you've got any information about what that is, let us know.
Right? Yeah.
We're not Section 31 or whatever that department is at all. So I don't know where you heard that from. We're Starfleet Intelligence. We're open, we're fun, we're in your face, we're there, and there's nothing hidden about us. We're there to gather information in a fun way and give you the enjoyment.
Yeah, this question here, how would Starfleet Intelligence tie into the SFMC and SSFO? I have many things in common. I mean, I would think that the SFMC and SSO would be more of a specialized intelligence gathering.
Yes.
They would be focused on, these things, where Starfleet Intelligence, like I say, I'm just rambling on here, would be more of an overarching, cast a wider net instead of just like this one thing, So
correct.
Definitely on the fictional side. But I mean, right now, I mean, the SFSO and SFMC, their intel portions are, there's some training and academy courseware, but a lot of it's flavor and enjoyment and role play and fiction. This is while I hope that Starfleet Intelligence will grow into and enjoy that aspect of things as well.
Oh yeah.
We're starting off with here's an actual service that's happening to Starfleet. Like it's this is a real world function to the members, and I think that's going to separate it from a lot, and then bring some of the role play and fun aspect into it later.
Exactly. Yeah, correct. And one thing we won't do is tread on other departments' toes, and that's SFSO is their own basically branch of intelligence for themselves and dedicated to that route. Same with SFMC. But if there was anything either of those departments needed to come to us for information for, we'd happily give it to them and say, there you go, there's your information. We will help out any departments when asked, but we won't step in and go, oh, we'll do that for you. We'll get you the information. We're not like that. Approach us, we'll help you. We won't go, well, that's what we do, and we'll get involved in that where we shouldn't be sticking our noses in, basically. So that's how it works. Each department has their own gathering resource area. If they struggle to find it, we'll be there as a backup, and we'll then go and look and find it for them. What is the difference between the old intelligence and new intelligence?
Well,
I think, sir, you've already answered that question yourself within the question, haven't you?
This would be old intelligence.
Yes. Yes. This is the new.
Yeah, you guys.
I look like I've just got out of the penal colony in New Zealand.
The new something same as the new something.
Yes. Basically, it's a revamp. New graphics, new look, new department heads, new way forward. So like the repository website we're going to up and run, the reports. It's basically taking the old and then in building onto it to make it better, a bit more fun, a bit more informative, and that. So everything that was done before, full praise. We cannot thank anyone enough who's helped get that up. You've done a fantastic, great starting job. Now we take it forward and come up a step and go further with it. So it's going to be more broader, fun-based, and more easier to access information than what it was before due to technological limitations. Now we've got technology in the areas. It's going to be better.
I'll go ahead and be the bureaucrat on that one too. So with some of the other stuff that was going on, there was, right, wrong, or indifferent. That we now have some very clear guidance all the way down from the Admiralty board that there will be no clandestine parts of SFI. There'll be nothing that isn't out in the open for people to enjoy. And so going back even to the Section 31 questions, even if there is an aspect of that's for Starfleet, by edict, by our the law of the land, and I believe quite correctly, there's nothing that's going to be truly secret from the members.
No.
It's either for everybody or it's not part of Starfleet.
Exactly. Simple as.
Can Intel research starting a local? Whoa. Probably look into like getting information on how you do that, but it was going to be more for like getting points of contacts and whatnot. But I'm gonna default to Ben on what level of how do you start a business? Local con is.
If there's a local convention happening, feel free to submit a request via the website, and we can contact the event organizers, get information about the event, and we can put it all out there if you want us to, if it's something you're not able to do yourself. And, we'll give you the times, the dates, sort of a program rundown of what's happening at the event. And there you go. Simple as.
I think for that specific one, it would be almost like maybe we can find some POCs that would, so points of contact that would help you start a con if that was your thing.
Right. Right, because I know each local area has its own little unique things. It's like, Florida, there's like this tourist tax that anytime you do anything like that, that's why it's hard to host summits and stuff here because of the, sometimes that can be 18-20%. So it's, it can be difficult. So, like you say, if we had some, to help gather that information and put it in there. Oh, you want to do a convention in, Arizona, or whatever in this area, then, well, this is some of the local regulations or some of the local costs that may involve, like say a visitor's tax or, or whatever. That might get to start collecting that data and putting it in there. That way it's like, oh, I want to have, Flagstaff, Arizona. I want to have a con there. Oh, well, like you say, they've got this 18% visitor fee like they do in Florida that you got to pay. So, that might be helpful.
Yeah, we can certainly try. Yeah, basically just apply to become an agent via the website, and simple as that. You can then be a part of the information gathering side. So we can, just because you live in a small town doesn't mean you're isolated. You can be a part of the fun and enjoyment of Intel very easily. Any places around the world, any remote places, once you sign up, we'll make you part of it. You won't be isolated anymore. That's the joy of it.
Right. And, the technology nowadays, like what we're doing here, this is, doesn't really matter where you're at. You can join in. Yeah. Via email or video chat or whatever. And I will just say it's much, much better to be recruited by Starfleet Intelligence than to be recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Conan, the Conan Armada, and Zor and the Conan Armada.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. We are coming on our time slot. We'll look at just a couple talking about his amazing shirt.
Oh wow! I didn't even see.
I was just too jealous. I was just too jealous.
Yeah. All right, you got to send everybody the source.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gonna
I-
be your first intel report. Is where do we get such a fantastic shirt?
Where we get your shirt?
Unfortunately, my uniforms are just a bit too snug for me to wear, so I thought this would do the trick.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
It was gray, and it looked very into like. Is that camouflage? No, that's a freaking shirt. The ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the big Enterprise D on there. You got Defiant Voyager. You got Kira classes, Steam Runner classes, and yeah, all sorts on it.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean about your uniforms shrinking. Mine shrink all the damn time. I think it's the heat and humidity in Florida.
Yeah, the damn material they use.
I've almost got it nailed down to that. I don't think it's the 3 cheeseburgers I ate for lunch today.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ben, for joining us. This has been the Starfleet Intelligence Brief, and it is the newest of the auxiliary departments, and it's got the most to go. And I think it's also like one of the reasons it's been a little slower moving is that, as you guys saw through what the very ambitious things this is it's the most dependent on technology. And so as Starfleet Auxiliary Services as a whole matures and then also independently, we're asking for more and more resources, and they're going, yeah, that's probably a great thing. Figuring out how to do it correctly and well and safely is just part of it. So things are this is not going to happen overnight. This is kind of a long haul, but I'm really excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, so am I, and thank you for the opportunity to help try and drive it forward.
Well, right. Thanks for your time, Ben. I think next up we're going to be doing the Diplomatic Corps, which would be our second youngest. Aaron, who runs the Diplomatic Corps for us, was supposed to be here. He requested the day off. He was excited. We had even practiced once, and then he said, yeah, work changed. They called him in. We knew this about 2 days ago, that there was just no way out of it. So now we're gonna do Mark and I walking through his slide deck,
Yeah.
To talk about all things Diplomatic Corps. Yeah. Roll that.
Got to be very diplomatic about it. So
yeah, we've been very diplomatic about this one, right? So it also is going to be in a little bit of a reboot phase. Just lessons learned, and that's part of what I really like about my job. It is just because the first thing didn't stick doesn't mean it was a bad idea. It just means that we have to readdress, reattack, and come at it. And then, of course, again, getting more and more of those technical resources is certainly helping along. They also now have a forum on the website where if you're interested. So there's just a little bit more even, getting the interest and being able to go reach back out to people. But with that, there was a new logo that was kind of tossed around. I believe, again, this was Captain Carrot design, or at least some of his great people over in the graphic arts. I really loved it because I really thought that the blue figure in the middle of that one, all the arms interlinked, also still reminded me of that drape metal that was shown in the old, and I thought it was kind of a cool callback. I'm geeking out about graphics now. But yeah, so they're kind of in a new reboot and a re-identity phase, but they're still pushing ahead, and they've done some things. So we're going to talk about that. They've got some roles. Some of them are filled, not a lot of them right now. But we've got Aaron and Patrick Devine and Kenton right now. We just kind of renamed these a bit this past week or so, trying to go more with a lot of the embassy terms and actually looking up what various diplomatic services use for terminologies. Oddly enough, there's some really weird terms out there for those. So we were trying to use the more normal ones that's a little less goofy. like, yeah, there's just ones that are like, really, that's what you're gonna call your top rank? Like, okay.
I always like Viceroy for some reason, but I don't know what.
Yeah, it wasn't in the U.S. arsenal, but there were a couple that were. I'm nodding so much, my David Bowie hair is leaving me. Yeah, so then we're going to go into trying to get some of these other ideas and positions going of where you can progress within the diplomatic corps and what they would like actually maybe be doing and helping out with at various levels of where you're going out. And you're really you're trying to make connections. The whole idea is to make connections, bring that back, and then maybe record it so that other people can, share in that same knowledge, kind of like the intel and diplomatic corps, I have a feeling, are going to work way hand in hand, which kind of amuses me from how embassies and spying works in the real world.
Yeah. There's our new spy ambassador. Yeah, he's an ambassador.
Yeah, ambassador. Yeah, so the fact that they are very logically and functionally going to work together pretty well just kind of amused me. What we got next one? The mission. Yeah, it's we're out there to make more friends. Really, I mean, right? It's we're a fan org. They're predominantly going to be chartered to target other fan organizations, be them Trek or Sci-Fi or I'll listen to a Lord of the Rings a fan group if they want to get together and do a challenge or something. And it's not about converting them or anything. It's about working with them and enjoying each other's company. Now, if there's opportunities to target new members of Starfleet that maybe haven't heard and put out the word, then absolutely, then it's kind of a PR campaign at that point, and recognizing those opportunities and capitalizing on it. But we're not out there to like go change somebody else's mind about the fan work that they're in. We're there to interact.
Right. And even if, like I say, this is on a Starfleet wide level, but even, if you have some local contacts or anything like that, by all means, send that information in. Years ago, there used to be a large Klingon contingent here in the Tampa Bay area, and we used to do, they used to call it feuds with them, but we'd do bowling and mini golf. We even had at one of the local Volcons down in St. Pete, we had a blood feud. So, Trekkie, they're all Trekkies, but the Fleeties and then the Klingons had a big blood feud, and when you went and gave blood, you either got a red poker chip or a blue poker chip, and you put it all in the thing when you were finished, and then at the end of it, you counted it out, and then whoever, the Klingons or the Federation won, which we won. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So just things like that, it just helps build, camaraderie and stuff. But like I say, that was just something we did here local. But, as Fleet as a whole, that group, I'm sure, was associated with another group that was associated with a bigger group that, so that's how you build the links in that chain.
And we will get to, I believe, that larger group here in a minute that Aaron has been working with for several years now.
Yeah.
It's just finding engaging more fans to interact with, even if they're not part of Starfleet, or especially if they're not part of Starfleet. That doesn't mean that they're the bad guy. That means that it's a different opportunity to have fun. So, and yeah, look. I know that logo, and I think that's probably one of the ones that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're doing charity challenges, and also there's opportunities to learn from each other. And I thought this was one of the greater. So CAG, for those who are not aware, Klingon Attack Group, CAG, they're one of the other older Star Trek fan organizations that have survived all these many years. And have been doing great stuff. They do things completely different than Starfleet. Like, oh wow. I see a lot of different things that in fandom, because odds are the kind of people that like to join fan groups or the kind of people that join fan groups probably, you like Pringles can't have just one.
Mhm.
And I've noticed that there's usually like the Starfleet model or the 501st model. They were kind of like an either or for a while. CAG wouldn't completely different somewhere else. Like they never heard of either model. I'm not even sure they would call that as a model, but they weren't. So one of the cool things I thought about this was learning from each other and how each other does business, and getting good lessons learned and experiences from each. Which reminded me, since it was working with CAG a lot, the Riker and the officer exchange program that we saw on TNG. So I thought that was really cool, and maybe if we could make something like that happen, that'd be kind of fun. Trading out newsletters or whatnot, and so I believe these are pictures from the food drive that's been going on for 3 years, ever since the pandemic. I love this slide. It kind of gave some of the stats that we've got off of them. Tons and like literally tons of food being raised by us, and we don't really have CAG's numbers here on the screen. Apparently, they were always larger than ours. So maybe this coming year is when Starfleet brings in more food for the food drive. But again, the winners really are the people we help, and the fact that this is just more charity, more Starfleet and Star Trek fans giving. That's what makes us pretty awesome, I think. So this is really celebrating it quite well, I think. They've got, Aaron's got a bunch of cool ideas of what they can do to interact more within SFI, because their structure is really kind of external focused for most of their work, but they'd like to get in, maybe do some more charity challenges, maybe even internal, that they can kind of sponsor, work on how to engage people so that they're more effective when they're out doing recruiting and retention and whatnot. And then like maybe get those into the academy classes. I think all these things should interact. And then one of the ones that he was interested in is like doing like watch parties with things that had a diplomatic bent. And I thought that was really interesting. And then maybe even other services could follow that lead of like what was more focused on that. And maybe we could all have some very interesting watch parties with our particular, focus group.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they've got a website. This was one of the first ones to get a template and one of the last ones to get done. And they've got a sign-up sheet for those that are interested. Aaron's going to be going through all of those. I believe there are positions that are loaded already onto the HR site for staff level stuff. There'll probably be more coming. They have a brand new Discord server. I believe this is accurate. I've worked on just a couple things the last couple days. I believe if you sign up for the Diplomatic Corps, in its confirmation, it'll send you the link to the Discord server. So you could be right there and start getting started on what do you think the Diplomatic Corps should do, and just get in on some of those early conversations as we regather. He's already been doing great stuff. He's already reached out to, and we kind of missed a little bit there. There was the Mandalorian mercenary costuming group. That was that wolf head. But it was specifically the Washington State like Gurk something clan of it that was just they're looking into getting into costuming and doing stuff with Starfleet up there in Washington State and at their coming conventions and whatnot. So it's really in the in the planning phases for a lot of that. I'm trying to read some of my production notes here. But
one thing I'll jump in there and say that the mock treaties I was in the presentation. Those are a lot of fun. I mean, like I say, you know, when we were dealing with the Klingons here back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a Klingon fleet of about 4 or 5 different chapters, and we had a Federation fleet of about 4 or 5, you know, Starfleet chapters, not actual Starfleet, but local chapters. And we had actually did a treaty. We had at a convention, we had a big ceremony, and both of the, you know, I was commander of this fleet, and the other commander, we all signed it and everything. And then the next convention, one of the captains had violated the treaty. So we had a trial, just like Kirk, on trial. And it was hilarious, and everybody had so much fun. It was like, you know, it's just something very, very unique that I'd never really seen before and really hadn't seen since. But trust me, if you can get in some role playing, some fun stuff like that, everybody has you know, people off the street were stopping by going, "What is going on?" And they were just, it's just like, you know, watching court TV. They're just like, "Oh my gosh, what's going on?" You know, they just glued their eyes right to it.
I'm going to do some shameless plug right now. But if you're going to set the ball, I'm going to spike, man. You know, and that'll be your 80s volleyball montage reference.
Right. Yeah.
I'll just keep the shirt on for everybody's safety.
Yeah.
There's a summit coming up that's definitely going to have a diplomatic component in San Antonio, Texas, next month. So it's with the Klingons. So we're going to go debate over various aspects of this new planet we found, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The amount of interaction and storytelling and role play is going to be. It's certainly nothing that I've seen in Starfleet in my tenure, but right. I keep hearing about and in some of the other ones. But I'm really looking forward to it and finding new ways to make that happen. I think for a while in fandom there was this like us versus them animosity and whatnot, and I don't know if it was like COVID or was starting to happen before or since, I don't know, but I think a lot of people just came together and that we were all trying to figure out, okay, how do we operate when we don't get to meet up, and if it was all online, then we all had the same opportunity to interact with each other. And there was some like online conventions that I know that we went to and found out more about stuff.
Yeah, we used to steal each other's banners at conventions. You know, you would do a recruiting. So you'd have to have a guard on your banner, and trust me, there's nothing worse than getting your banner stolen and have to go grovel to the Klingon commander to get your banner back.
That'd be rough living right there.
Yeah, and then it's like, you know, it's the same thing. You know, it's the same with them. They steal theirs, and then they have to come and face their dishonor to get their banner back.
Yeah, that would be nuts. So yeah, so this is again it's still a new service. It's had a couple shots at it, and really a couple refinement of instruction. And I know the commander of Starfleet wanted to be here for this segment. He's busy running the executive session of the Admiralty board meeting right now. So we're all over here having way more fun than that guy right now.
Oh yeah.
The executive sessions are rough. And not, you know, not because they're bad or anything, but that's like, you got
like watching paint dry, right?
You got some interesting stuff. But so the Dave Nottage and I were talking, and we were talking with Aaron about what he really wants out of this program, and refocusing it to, yes, let's be very specific about it. It's going to be toward the other fan organizations and groups of fans that are not yet familiar with SFI. We're not out there poaching anything. We're not stealing anybody's members. We're not doing any of that. It's let's promote greater interaction, and then in interacting with us should be, you know, we're fun. I mean, we're awesome. Look at us. We're freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Totally radical. People would want to come hang out with us and join Starfleet. You know, let Starfleet sell itself once they're already playing with us. And so he had quite a few ideas and thoughts, and those will be coming out and shaping up more as we go along. We are running a little ahead of time, and since this one didn't have our actual guest speaker,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to hog up a whole lot. There's only 15 more minutes before we're going to go to the ECAB meeting that everybody else gets to see on, I believe it's Facebook for the first
Facebook,
one.
yeah. Facebook business only.
Yep. So go watch on Facebook business only. This will be the first time that you guys get to witness the how the sausage is made. That is the meeting of the year for the Admiralty board and the executive committee to come together and have the official business meeting of the organization. I believe this is one of the first times ever that'll have the viewer gallery, so to speak. And then there'll be the Meet the Brass that goes out to the whole internet, and that seems even more unprecedented. So it's seems very retro, but we're blazing a lot of trails and doing new things. So at the same time, kind of loving this VIC so far. How about you, Mark?
Yeah, it's been great. Just a reminder too, we'll be kicking things back off in the morning, and the other auxiliaries will be, doing their presentation. I know we have medical and SSFO tactical and pet fleet and all the other ones tomorrow morning. So definitely tune in for that.
Yeah, we did 4 today. We'll do 5 tomorrow. Yeah, the first 5 hours of VIC is auxiliaries, and it's the first time the auxiliaries have ever had a chance to all get some play and some of that FaceTime. They have different time slots and different programming links or whatnot. But I think this is kind of like a really exciting way and see where that goes in the future, especially as we move back toward a live or hybrid situation for international conferences. I think this will be great, and seeing what all the auxiliaries bring to the table in years to come. So
right. We all like ice cream. Just find your flavor of ice cream out there and dig in.
I like that. Now I want ice cream.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Mark.
We want ice cream for 15 minutes.
Okay, well, so if we're gonna go look for some ice cream,
yeah,
we'll leave it in the hands of the tech crew here to fill your screen for that extra 12 minutes. Thank you. I've been having fun. I hope you've all been having fun. This is going to be a great IC. I gotta get ready for the rest of the Admiralty board meeting. So.
Ryan, are you going to intro this one?
Give me just a second. I'm trying to get caught up. I had to run pee.
So that was all live.
Wow.
Yay.
Greetings all and welcome to the general public. This is the beginning of phase 3 of the ECAD meeting for STARFLEET, the International Star Trek Fan Association. We want to welcome in the room, we have the majority of the Admiralty Board and the Executive Committee. And we are going to do this in a meet the brass style as we go forward. One of the items that we could not get through, and it tends to happen either with technical difficulties or just that there are so many things that are important that we deal with, are our special orders. And I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Commander, Ryan Case, to make his presentation on our new branding.
Greetings, everybody. Everybody in the ECAB at this point has already heard me talk about this, some of you twice now. Wanted to pass along that we are prepared with a new logo. And if you guys will allow me just a generic moment to turn a couple things off, turn a couple things on. So turn this off, you will see nothing. Then you will see that. Turn that off, turn that on. Behind me, you will see our new logo. There we go. This is going to operate, and I'm actually going to scooch over just a hair so that it's actually visible. This is going to be the new logo. Fret not. This logo is being designed with past creations in mind. Yes, there are going to be a lot of questions, a lot of wailing, gnashing of teeth potential. That being said, just wanted to officially debut the new logo. For those curious, there is going to be an associated visual style guide that goes with this. We have access to this file in basically every visual format that you could possibly request. We have also various versions where we have removed the gradient across it so that you can use it as flat color across various products that we're going to be putting out. We've also got some individual colors where this is just a black outlined version, and you can use those as various colors. Associated with that document is going to be use cases where we don't approve various uses, where you don't use it all crazy, you don't clip it and cut it. One exception being that you can take the text off the bottom of this, though as our Chief of Operations is quick to remind me, that is our official name. It is just simply a design element that we allow. Sorry, that it's back. With that, like I said, I'm just going to leave this up here for the rest of the time. You'll also see it on the floor of the VIC as you enter it on GatherTown. The Corps of Engineers helped create this, and obviously, as they have helped with InfoServe to run the VIC, it's present on all of our official documents going forward. That being said, you'll also notice I chose a very specific color behind me. We have a host of colors that it is approved to be used with. There are some that it just visually does not work with. It also has some design considerations for use with busyness. Again, that guide will follow. CS, do I have permission to show the first product or
Please
talk
do.
about the various products? So the very first product this got used on, it previously mentioned by the CFO with the quartermaster, is our flags that we're going to be selling in the quartermaster store next week, I believe. In addition, if you guys will let me pop this up very quickly and share my screen with everybody on YouTube here, only the image. We will be also celebrating our 50th anniversary, which is next year. In fact, 1974, May 23rd is our official birthday as an organization. So to get in front of it, we are going to be doing a coin. There it goes. It is ordered. It is being created right now. It is our intention to have these delivered to the quartermaster within the next 5 weeks. And so you can put in a pre-order basically as soon as his website goes up. Like I said, I believe next week. We're going to try to have this up and ready. If you want to see the correct, this is the actual order form version of the coin. We're using a company that we have used previously to design this, and I'm really proud of it. I'm really ecstatic about it. And like I said, already in production. Our plan is to have it in your hands by Q4 of this year, ahead of schedule, ahead of the 50th anniversary year, rather than 6 months after the fact. With that, one other item.
How much are they going to be, did you say?
We are working on, like I said, don't quote me on this. I might be off by $1 or $2, and I'm sorry if I'm off. It is our intention to sell them for $10, and shipping is going to be approximately $6. Again, that's a quartermaster question. We're going to make sure that that's all done and figured out, but it will not exceed $20. I know that. So from there, the design element on this coin is also going to be used and present. The specific design element that I'm such a fan of, and I've only just now realized it's probably peeking out from the bottom of my screen, is a comm badge. One of the things I have always wanted was a comm badge that we can use and we can make our own. I've been working with Richard Sams and Jeremy Karsten to get suppliers in multiple countries and multiple versions to create our own comm badge. It is basically just a swoosh with a trail that runs up to a Constitution class ship onto a gold delta with a silver inlay. It is an inset. The white sections that you see there are blank. They are there's nothing there, because it is my intention that these will be for later. For now, this is the order that we have made to have these also sent to our quartermaster. Like I said, the silver is recessed, and that blank right there will include items that we can insert into the a magnetic area inside of the comm badge for future events, various auxiliary programs. If you're a captain, we're going to try to make a CO insert. If you're a regional coordinator, we'll make an Admiralty board. Just all sorts of things. As I also mentioned, the silver here is an insert. It is also meant to be magnetic so that we can include inserts for use of other various things. So it'll be a twofold use. These will be, I believe, $14 or $15. Again, shipping's about $6. Don't quote me on that just yet. The quartermaster will make sure it's roughly within those numbers. With that, that is the formal branding stuff that I have been working on for a while. Richard, I know you're in this chat. Man, thank you so much for the help. Jeremy, thank you so much for the help. I am so happy with this. I frankly could not be happier. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, or?
I guess the one additional comment to add to this is the key second part of these comm badges is the customizable nature of them that will allow departments, regions, chapters to be able to have their own inserts that either the COE can design or someone of their own talent can design that would fit in. And we'll have those dimensions available.
One other thing I need to make sure to mention, because the quartermaster will choke me if I don't mention it. We will have it'll be a smaller set that we are ordering, but we have ordered magnetic pins and we have ordered pins for those that can't use magnets.
Yep. We will also have some of these in the UK to help with the shipping costs within Europe. And then there'll be a set of them in the United States as well. And we hope to be able to expand upon that. Anything else, Ryan?
That is it. CS, I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. At this time, for those, I know that there have been a few that have had to drop off because it is getting late. But if the executive committee, we're going to do a meet the brass, just real quick, name, rank, not your serial number, and kind of where you're from, which part of the world you're in, and maybe your chapter. Would love to the public to hear from you. If you are not here, we do understand that that you needed to drop out. I'm going to call this one. So first, I'm going to call Jonathan Simmons. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. If you could introduce yourself, please.
I'm Admiral Jonathan Gumby Simmons. I'm the Chief of Operations and the XO of the USS Stormbringer in Region 4.
Excellent. Trish, can you speak for Lucy?
Sure. Well, I'm Vice Admiral Tricia Tunis, the Vice Chief of Communications. Lucy Farron Frank is the Chief of Communications. We're both from Region 3. She is from the USS Zavala, and I am from the USS Corsair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is Erin around? Chief of Information Services? If not, I think Greg just came back. If you could speak on her behalf.
She's a member of the USS Sandwich in Region 1. I got that for you.
Excellent. Okay. Membership Services, John Bryce, you want to out your boss?
Sure. Brand Stimson is the CEO of the Tiburon in Colorado. I am the executive officer of the USS Serenity based in High Point, Greensboro, North Carolina. I am also your director for Member and Volunteer Services and the acting director for Starfleet Sciences.
Very nice. Cindy, Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Cindy Finkenbinder, Commodore. We're in Greeley, Colorado. I'm on the USS Russell Case. That's it.
And you want to introduce your other half?
I don't know if he's on here. Jared, do you want to introduce yourself?
Or you can for him if he doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. I am Jared Finkenbinder, captain of the USS Russell Case, but I am also Starfleet quartermaster, working under my boss, Commodore Finkenbinder.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Allen.
Lieutenant General TJ Allen. I'm Chief of Educational Services. I'm also the XO of the station Nikola Tesla. We're in Region 1, and I'm in Garner, North Carolina.
Nice. Is Jill here?
Yes, sir. That would be General Jill Rayburn. I'm not only TJ's deputy, but I am also the SFA commandant, and I'm his CO on Tesla in Region 1, and I'm in Kentucky, about 5 minutes from Fort Knox, and no, I can't go get you any gold.
All right. Jeremy. Jeremy.
Apologies. Microsoft Teams was training me to look for a mute button in a different place all week. I am the very model of a moderating general, Jeremy Karsten. I'm chief of Starfleet or deputy of Starfleet Auxiliary Services, which is one of the coolest jobs ever. I'm on the USS Battleborn, Chief of Engineers on the Battleborn, and originally from Nevada, but now I'm living in San Antonio, Texas. So
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Stott, are you here?
I am indeed. I'm Rear Admiral Stephen Stott. I'm talking to you from the bridge of the USS Ronald E. McNair, which is quartered out of Columbia, South Carolina.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Boggs.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Major General Christopher Boggs. I'm the JAG of Starfleet, as well as the Deputy Commandant of the Marine Corps and Chief of Staff for the SFSO. I'm the CEO of the USS Blackstone, and we're based out of Little Rock, Arkansas.
Paul, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Fleet Captain Lennox from the USS Liberty Bell in Region 20, and I am also the Director of the Department of Diversity.
Excellent. Have I forgotten or missed anyone on the executive committee?
Me and you.
So, Ryan, go ahead.
I'm Ryan Case, Vice Commander of Starfleet, basically the corporate secretary. And by basically, I mean exactly that. I am from Brandon, Mississippi. I'm part of the USS Hayes based out of Jackson, Mississippi.
And I am your Commander, Starfleet. I'm Fleet Admiral David Nottage, originally from Honolulu, Hawaii. Currently live in the home of Starfleet Command, San Francisco, California. And I am the commanding officer of the USS Golden Gate. All right, thank you for going through that. Regional coordinators, if we could go through same kind of a thing. Region 1 is not here, so Region 2.
Hi, Mike Brown, Commodore, Region 2 Region Coordinator. I'm also the CEO of the USS Neptune, based in Biloxi, Mississippi.
And what states is Region 2?
Region 2 is Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Puerto Rico, and the Caribbean.
Excellent, thank you. Region 3.
Region 3, I'm Rear Admiral Jason Davis. My flagship is the USS Masamune, located in San Antonio, Texas. And Region 3 is Texas and Louisiana.
Thank you. Region 4.
3.
Sorry. Region 4. Ron, would you take
Sure.
that
Yeah.
one for us?
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening. Hello, everyone. I'm Commodore Ron Coleman. I'm the Vice Regional Coordinator for Region 4. Our Regional Coordinator is Commodore Justin Fistick. He's also XO of USS Golden Gate, our Starfleet flagship. And Region 4 consists of 16 chapters in Arizona, Nevada, Hawaii, and California.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ron. Appreciate it. Region 5.
Hi, I'm Commodore Vi Sharp, and we have 13 ships in our Pacific Northwest, which is Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. The flagship USS Wolf 359 is now docked in Oregon, which I am the navigator of and the pilot of the dropship Barracuda.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Region 6.
Hi, I'm Mike Irvond. I am the RC of Region 6. My flagship is the USS Imperium out of Fargo, North Dakota. Region 6 is basically consists of the upper Midwest, the Dakotas, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Nebraska.
Region 7. Region 8.
Greetings, I'm Admiral Owen Smart, Regional Coordinator of Region 8, which is essentially Africa and the Middle East. I'm also the Commanding Officer of the USS Dauntless, which is docked here in Somerset West, a small town just outside Cape Town, South Africa.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Region 9. Mute.
Caroline, you're muted.
Caroline, you muted.
Sorry, guys, it's too late for me. So I was telling you, I'm the R9 RC and also the CEO of the USS Versailles. And Region 9 is Europe, excepted Great Britain.
Okay, thank you. And is Ivar here?
I am. I'm the VRC for Region 9. I'm also the CEO for the station Huygens, also here in Europe. And that's basically it.
Thank you very much. Region 10.
Hi, my name is Tim Barrington. I'm the Vice Regional Coordinator for Region 10. Our RC had to drop out because he's currently at work. Our region spans the U.S. state of Alaska and the Canadian provinces of British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan.
And the flagship for Region 10?
Flagship is the USS Atlantis, of which I am a part of.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Region 11. That would be the Down Under group. Helen Stuck is the regional coordinator, Australia, New Zealand, and is there another territory with that, or is it just the two, Ryan?
I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you. The Pacifica region, yeah. Region 12.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. Commodore Mike Calhoun, I'm the Region 12 coordinator. It is Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Illinois. I'm also the Chief of Stellar Cartography. I'm Chief of the Disciplinary Board, and temporarily, until somebody kills me, the Heraldry Officer. I'm coming to you from the flagship, the USS Darksaber, the engineering decks in Olathe, Kansas.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Region 13.
Hello, everyone. Commodore Charles C. Carden from Michigan. Region 13 does comprise the state of Michigan and Eastern Canada, the other places that were not mentioned. I am the commanding officer of the USS Grand Petoskey based here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and wonderful to see you all.
Excellent, excellent. Region 15.
Good evening. My name is Commodore Frank Gonzalez. I am the RC of Region 15, which is the New England states, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. I am also the commanding officer of the flagship, the USS Roger Williams, based in Providence, Rhode Island.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And never forget Region 17.
Greetings from the Rocky Mountain Fleet. I'm Commodore Laurie McFarland, commanding officer of the USS White Sands, our regional flagship here outside of beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. Region 17 consists of the states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico. We have 6 chapters.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Region 18.
Greetings. I'm Commodore Cesar Sosa Ficati. I'm CEO from the USS Minerva, and I represent Region 80, is from Mexico to Patagonia, 33 countries. If you live in this area, please call me. Thank you.
Excellent. Good plug there for you. And always, unfortunately, last but never, ever least, Region 20.
Good morning from me. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Admiral Richard Sams. I am the Regional Coordinator for Region 20, which comprises the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So everything, those little bits that aren't included in Region 9. We currently have 14 chapters, and if you do come over this way, as the CS will testify, if you do come over this way, please let us know, because we'll make sure you're made very welcome.
And that is the honest truth. They make everyone that comes to visit them feel very, very welcome. Well, in speaking out to the public, as you can see, we have quite the coverage. We have over, and Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 200 and how many chapters total?
219.
209. Thank you, thank you, Gumby. We've got 219 chapters worldwide and growing. We have just under 6,000 members worldwide. I saw on a couple of the previous slides from phase 2 that there are about 1,000 pets within our auxiliary pet fleet, which is absolutely fantastic. We absolutely invite everyone to check out www.sfi.org, check out Starfleet, see who and what might be nearby you. We are at most conventions. We do the best we can to get in as many places as possible. We are on Discord, we are on Facebook, and we look forward to meeting new members and participating in events with our existing and renewing members. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Commander, Starfleet.
Appreciate it, Dave. On schedule, we have bang on hit exactly when we were trying to get here, 9:30. Here we are. 9:30 my time. It is not 9:30 in the UK right now. There was a question. There have been two questions that that have come through while we've been talking and introducing ourselves. One came from Peter. Peter, I went through my documents and pulled it up. This right here behind me is the single color version. This is the grayscale logo for use that you're actually going to see them if anybody wins awards and gets to see the new awards that Membership Services is giving out this at this VIC. This is the logo that will appear on those. These can be used for wood burning, all sorts of print designs. Again, colorations will matter. The other question that came through, and I'm hoping Jared actually can answer, they were asking how much the flags will be in the Quartermaster store now that they are in stock. Have you guys picked a price for those yet?
We're still working on that. It should be right around $60 plus shipping.
So let me make a little bit of an explanation. First and foremost, post-COVID, prices have been going up, as everyone knows. The previous runs of flags, we haven't done one in quite a while. And the cost of these items have increased, which is why we're seeing a higher cost. But when you see what the flag looks like, they are of a lighter material that allow them to fly in the wind. They have a background that's a little bit of a darker blue, and utilizing the new logo with text, I believe. They are absolutely fantastic, and I look forward to seeing them go so we can reorder more.
I can't tell you that they look really awesome. It's been worth the wait to get them.
What size are they, if I might ask?
They're 3x5.
Yeah.
However, we can order them in 4x6 as well. Obviously, they're going to be more expensive. And this same company can also do what are called flying feathers, table covers, and the like. And they will ship international.
And I guess because she really wants us to give the presentation, a question from Aaron Poole is, can information services give us an update on the database? Somebody here has something to show. I've already been pre-prepped for that. So Greg, is that you or is that somebody else?
That is a combination of me and Ivar. First things first, I'm Captain Greg Kleiner, the Chief of Staff for Information Services. Database is heavily being worked on. I believe somebody has the information to share, because should be somebody behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a video or something.
Yes, and I was told that it was going to be all set. I'm hoping by me talking slowly, that's giving a chance for it to be rectified.
Okay. I've got the YouTube popped up. If anybody else wants to see it, it'll be on YouTube here momentarily, hopefully.
Well, if everybody's totally quiet and mutes themselves, we can share from YouTube. Back to ourselves.
Layers on layers on layers of sharing.
Just get to see it later afterward when we get out of the meeting, right?
Yeah, we'll see it later. Go ahead and show it.
Precisely.
Yep. Excellent. So do I have just a couple of seconds to is Gumby still here?
And say nothing has appeared on the YouTube yet. So yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give just a moment to Gumby. He's asked to share some small information, so go for it. Or
I'd like to introduce my staff. My staff consists of my vice chief, David Pitts, also from the Stormbringer. The chief of shock is Stephen T. Bowers. My junior vice chief of shock, or I'm sorry, deputy of shock, is Stephen Bowers. My girl Friday is Tim Donahoe, and our documents coordinator is Al Sandham. Thank you.
Thank you, Gumby. All right. So before we get dead air as we're going live here.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm watching the YouTube over here to make sure that it when it comes up, I can let you guys all know. But Ken is I just got the message. Ken is ready. So here in just a second, Aaron, if you can hear my voice, you can go right ahead. Show what you got. Ken is ready with slides, or so she says. So Ken, are you here?
I don't think Ken's here. email.
You know, like the rules say.
So that is going to be that is going to be a thing. You have, and if you have not updated your rosters, if you have not updated your own records, now is the time to do it before we start doing data migration. Because if there are multiple emails, the migration is not going to go well and it's going to take longer.
Basically what's going to happen is anybody that does not have the unique SFI capable email for each individual member of your family membership, they're going to lose voting rights until they can get that figured out. Like
For those that are underage, that are juveniles, we have a solution for that.
Right.
And it'll be the primary's email address with some sort of a unique identifier of some sort that will alter it and make it a non-working email.
Okay. Tim is saying that there might have been no audio during all of that. Well, crap. I will repeat a lot of what I said, but basically those slides that everybody just saw, the front side is, as David just mentioned, going to use your email as your login. I have not been corrected thus far. Jared in our chat asked if members would have to re-register with it outside of the current database, or is it going to be a migration? Everyone, I believe, is going to have to re-register. I believe it's going to be a top-down, just like get the EC all moved over, get the AB moved over, get just various programs all moved, and then it'll just roll out to the membership. And it's going to basically be figuring out if we break it on accident. Shouldn't happen, better not happen. I've been assured it won't, but things happen. It's technology. What are you going to do? The other part I mentioned, and we kind of skipped through the last couple of slides there, but the entire intention behind the database new design is that it is not just a bit antiquated looking, but it's usable, functional, something that you actually want to reference, something that when you have a question, it's going to be the place that you can find the answer to. It has been an aggravation of mine. I used to be on the AB. I was in the AB for 8 years, and I just screaming from the gallery trying to get database functionality up and working. And really all I've ever wanted was just exactly that last little statement that I made of, I want a database that is something a general member can use, because we can see when the last time just as a CO, I can see the last time any member of my ship logged in to use it. The answer is never. It's me filing MSRs. It's my XO filing my MSR for me 6-7 months ago. And then whenever somebody logged in their very first time, that's it. Because you don't even have to log into the database to re-up your membership. So I would love for our database to be a place that the members can both, one, be proud of, and more importantly, to me anyway, use. I have not seen any new questions come back, except is there sound? Did anybody I saw that, Jeremy. Does anybody here in this chat have anything they want to say to the world at large? Because like I said, this is going to be posted to YouTube and live there forever. Do you guys want to speak up or talk about your experience with Starfleet?
Before we do that,
Okay, Lauren.
I totally think it's fair to introduce myself and Fran as your chiefs of staff, and that Fran keeps David happy. We're being professional, so I held back my hand, and I keep Ryan sane. So we're here in the background.
I call her a lot.
Yeah, you do. So
and we appreciate both
we're
of you.
here.
Yeah, everybody, the woman speaking right now is my chief of staff, Lauren White, member of the USS Haven. And she was once, when I was region coordinator, she was one of my zone coordinators, and has just we've latched on to each other in a very professional way anyway. Jill has her hand up. What you got, Jill?
Oh, okay. Greetings for those who may be watching. I'm Jill Rayburn, the SFA Commandant, and I just wanted to point out, a lot of people say that Starfleet Academy is the jewel in the crown of Starfleet, and we hope that many people share that opinion. We have over 3,000 courses available in Starfleet Academy. So please, if you've never checked us out before, or if you're new and want to new and maybe not even a member yet, want to find out what we're all about, please come check us out. We literally have something for everyone. Thank you.
This is for information services. Maybe Mike can speak to it a bit, but are there any foreseen issues with anybody that have like special duties with the Academy or the Marine Corps Academy, access to their tools if they have an SFI specific address in the transfer? I don't believe so, because I don't believe the Academy is going to be tied to the database like that. Am I correct in that understanding?
I believe that's true.
Okay.
If I might, Ryan, I tried to
Certainly. Please.
Try to answer him there in the text as well. Your job has the specific @sfi.org address. You might as well, but that's probably not the one that you're registering in the SFI database for your user. It's probably not the one you should be using for your because we all change jobs and whatnot through time, so probably have a different unique identifier that's not tied to your job for the
Man, I'm glad you said that, because that's the exact answer. Please don't use your SFI address if you have one. That will end in a lot of heartache.
Yeah, but no, your job has to have the SFI address. You as a user do not. It just has to be unique and functional.
Correct. Unique and functional. The question of when is the database update rolling out? When we took office, we were targeting Q4 of 2023. There have been a couple of roadblocks that they ran into, and then they have moved to 2024. Right now, currently targeting Q1, TBD. But I have assurances. I have seen functionality. I have seen more than I ever saw in my 8 years prior as RC. So that's more than I had received up to this point.
And that's a good thing.
It is a very good thing. And I cannot talk about the success that InfoServe and the Corps of Engineers has been to this organization in just the last 12 months. You guys are exceptional. We don't deserve you. I'm sorry we don't pay you. It's like the volunteer work you do. I hope you understand how valuable your work is to this organization and its very function. My dog. I did not overspeak. I was desperately like, man, please don't let me just completely pull the rug out from under him. Awesome. Thank you, Chris. And like I said, while I've got you on comms, just man, thank you. You are a shining jewel in this organization. I know how thankless it can be from time to time, but I hope you know how thankful even just me, if it's not everybody else, which I know it is, even if it's just me, thank you. Awesome. One question that has come up while we were talking, but do you know if you guys are planning any sort of informational video or document to go out with the rollout, just to kind of show the functionalities? Is that in the plans for the release? They sure do. Okay, so apparently nobody can hear you, Chris. So I'm watching the YouTube comments, but so I'll add what Chris has answered is yes, that's a very good idea. They hadn't made any hard plans for it, but it is certainly doable. And they meet, and I want to make sure everybody knows this. They meet on my time, so I can only speak to my time because I'm not going to do this math on the fly. They meet at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. every Saturday, every week, or maybe every other week. Either way, regardless, very, very often, and to make sure that they are covering all of the various time zones. The very thought that somebody could have to make sure to do that, and the time involved with making sure that all of the stuff that they put in, like I'm very prideful of this thing, and like I said, I'm stumbling over my words, but the work they're doing is exceptional. Mike, I have seen your hand up for a while. I apologize. What you got?
No, I don't want to take it off track. These are good questions. I can wait until the end. I just wanted to, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not mention that the Perseid meteor shower that's coming up this weekend, peaking this weekend, should be absolutely beautiful. So continue this good discussion about this database, because this is something people have been wanting for a long time. And if we get a few minutes at the end, I'll give some details where to look, and we'll just go from there.
Understood. But yeah, did I miss anything that Chris said? Because like I said, they're just not hearing Erin's voice chat. It's her husband Chris speaking.
You caught everything.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Apparently I missed a question above. 1 second. How can I request or encourage closed captioning when SFI is doing anything video? I believe that this will probably have closed captioning after the fact. If you're watching it on YouTube, YouTube has its own built-in what am I trying to say here? It has its own built-in auto closed captions, but we do not have anybody on staff that can handle the speed at which some of us have spoken. I could barely keep up with my notes as the EC was giving the reports earlier. That being said, accessibility is certainly a thing that we need to be mindful of for especially something like this. Let me check one item. Yeah, it's currently unavailable. If you come back and watch the recording, the closed caption should auto-populate. Again, that's not an exacting answer that you're probably looking for, Zunana. But if anybody would be interested in providing something like that, because I know a host of YouTube people that I watch have volunteers that step in and do closed captions after the fact, I would, my department would be probably who you'd need to come talk to. You might could also come and talk to the staff of the CS. You could also, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, go talk to our director of auxiliary services. We could make that a thing.
That would be fantastic.
That and I'd love to see him up with the new director of diversity. I know there's been a lot of effort throughout the past couple administrations of getting things more accessible to people in general. The manuals being translated into other languages and whatnot. Closed captioning and the like has been definitely one of those bigger hurdles, financially, technologically, just getting the capability. So
well, what we need are the volunteers to step up and help, and with the language barriers, French, Spanish, we're getting that kind of help right now, but with hopefully with an accessibility department of some sort, whether it's in the auxiliary services or whether it's part of the offices of the CS, we would really like to have that happen, but it's we need the volunteers to step up and say, we want to help you do it.
One other item just I want to mention very briefly is, when we were on Facebook, I had it up over here and it was auto closed captioning. Facebook probably spends more money than Google spends on YouTube, and Facebook was doing it as we were talking. It was missing some words. It was meh in some spots. but it was doing it. And I do know after the recording here is closed, it will start auto populating its own closed captioning. Anyway, I spoke over Cesar first, and then TJ put his hand up. Cesar, what were you going to say?
Oh, only to comment that here in the region 18, we are working to translate the manual, the handbook manual, to Spanish and Portuguese.
And I do appreciate that. We've gotten the French already up. I've spoken with Cesar and his VRC. They are working on those 2 versions of the membership handbook. TJ, what you got? Just so you guys are mindful, we do have a hard out in 4 minutes at 10 o'clock.
The Academy does have accessibility to help with larger prints, as well as we are looking at other things to try help out.
Okay. Jill?
Along with what he just said, not just large print, but things like if you have a learning disability or anything that would keep you from being as successful as you would like to be in those courses, please reach out to our accessibility committee. That information is available in the catalog. Also, a shout out to Dr. Caroline, you can correct me if I'm not pronouncing this correctly. Valerie Pillay. Okay, Valerie Pillay is the person in Region 9 on the Versailles who did the French translation of the handbook. She's also done OTS, she's done SFDPP, and we're going to see if we can add OCC to that, and she's done great work, so definitely want to shout her out.
I will mention, as the VCS, hate to completely lean on one person, because eventually that person gives out. And as much work as Valerie's a really sweet lady. I've sat there and talked with her quite a bit about some of her work she's been doing. If anybody else knows French or any other languages, we would love to talk to you. Please reach out. Please, please, please.
Sorry guys, about Captain Valerie Paulet, I just wanted to tell you that she's also a wonderful EXO, and she does a lot to motivate the crew.
Awesome. That's good to hear.
Excellent, excellent. Well, why don't we take this opportunity? We've got a little over 2 minutes here left before our feed is going to cut us off. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to everyone that participated in this year's ECAB meeting. I look forward to hearing your feedback privately. Please do send me, feedback on what you thought of this. Leave the technical part out of it. That's something that can be fixed. But we really do appreciate all of your participation. For those of you that are in the wee hours of the morning, it's just amazing that you guys persevere and are dedicated enough to be here. From me personally, Ryan, thank you for everything that you do and help. Fran, for everything that you do with me, that we work together. And Lauren, thank you for everything you do to keep Brian sane, because by you keeping him sane, he keeps me sane. And so with that, I think, Ryan, you have just a few other housekeeping items, and then we will close it out.
I mean, essentially, just a large thank you to all the questions that came in on the live feed. I see a bunch of people commenting, liking your logo, David. That was made by the Corps of Engineers.
It was. So was the background.
Yep. All of the things you see behind me, Corps of Engineers, they are such a boon to this organization. I can't thank them enough. So
just as a reminder, for tomorrow, we have a start time, and these are all Eastern times. Part 2 of the auxiliary presentations, hopefully without 80s wigs, will happen starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. There'll be a welcome by myself and the Chief of Information Services at starting at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And we will just continue to go along. Fleet Awards are going to be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Academy Awards are at 3:40. And there's so much more on the agenda over the next couple of days. We look forward to seeing you in Gathertown, and I look forward to seeing you all online. And have a wonderful evening, and thank you all very much.
On the nose, we did it. Thanks, everybody.